Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, and the time is now 7:02 p.m. Trustees present are Trustee Adams, Trustee Correa, Trustee Durant, Trustee Jensen, Trustee Newhouse, and Trustee McDaniel. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to turn off or silence your cell phones or any electronic devices. Now, our trustee and board equity committee lead, Natasha McDaniel, will begin the meeting tonight by reading the Spring ISD equity statement.
Thank you, President Durant. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational and racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affects all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, cognitive, physical, or social emotional, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe every Spring Independent School District student is valuable and possesses individual strengths and characteristics that make our district a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continue growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Tonight's presentation of colors will be led by the Carl Winchie Senior High School Honor Guard. The pledges will be led by Commander Melinda Ray. The Honor Guard members carrying the U.S. flag is Honor Guard Commander Madeline Gray. Carrying the Texas flag is Albrea Clark. The left rifle is Commander Melissa Sanchez. The right rifle is Sylvia Contreras. The Carl Winchie Senior High School Honor Guard is led by instructors Lakeisha Collins and Edward Price and Harris Waterman. At this time, would everyone please stand and rise for the presentation of colors? If you could please remain standing. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to have a moment of silence to be observed in your own way. Thank you. You may be seated. For the record, I'd like to state that Trustee Kelly P. Hodges joined us at 7:05. Our next item is our superintendent remarks, so I will now turn it over to Dr. Lupita Hinojosa.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. Members of the board, our executive leadership team, and everyone in the audience, I want to start by saying welcome back. Welcome back from spring break. How was day 2? I know everybody's like, oh, we want to go back to bed, huh? We're so glad that everyone is back, and we hope everyone had some time to relax and be with your family, with your friends, and our students that had spring break, that you got some rest, because now it's the final push, right? This is the final push. I see the students nodding this way. We just have one more quarter to go, and we can do this. So excited to have everyone back, and just some quick announcements. I know you've been keeping up with us, either through social media or in the news, just all the things that are happening in Spring ISD. And one of the great things that we were able to do prior to our spring break, we were able to finalize the purchase of the land for our new Spring High School. And so just excited to say that we will have land to be able to build a new school, and we want to thank all of you, all of our community, our parents that approved our 2022 bond that is allowing us to rebuild Spring High School, one of the oldest high schools in our district, built back in 1968. So it was time, and I think that the students agree it was time. And as you probably read in the paper or saw on social media, it's going to be located right outside of, right on Riley Fuzzle. Hardy Toll Road, Riley Fuzzle. So it is really close, about 3 miles away from where we are located now. So excited that we have this opportunity. And really thankful to the board for their leadership and their support as we moved ahead with this purchase, as we did the study to make sure that we were being first and foremost, sensitive to the community, but also to the land that we just purchased. So we're looking to break ground around the corner in the summer or spring of 2025, and working really hard to get our new Spring High School ready to go. Some additional exciting news is we want to give a special shout out to all of our PVA students, but most especially our middle school bands. Dr. Clark, and I know he's in the audience somewhere, he's going to be talking tonight, but he reported to us that every single middle school band program that participated received the highest ratings of sweepstakes at the UIL concert and sight reading contest. This is the first time, let me tell you, this is an incredible achievement, and what I am hearing, it's possibly unprecedented since the 1990s. And back then, we only had 4 band directors, 4 programs, and of the directors that participated, 4 of them are our own homegrown students that are now directors in our middle schools. So congratulations, of course, to all of our PVA programs and students, but most importantly to our middle school students and their directors. We're extremely proud of you. And another quick reminder as I look out in the audience, and I know our board members are participating, but this Saturday, Saturday, March 23rd, we will be holding our annual Girls Empowerment and Leadership Summit out at Decaney High School. If you'll recall, back in February, we held our Young Men's Empowerment and Leadership Summit. We had about 300 students that came out, middle school and high school male students. I know that our female students will do better. So let's break the record, get more girls there. You will see our board members that are up here. They will be facilitating sessions, leading sessions, participating with all of our girls, and we know that it is going to be bigger and better than ever. Definitely want to thank all the volunteers that come out and help us year after year. I want to thank our FACE department, our executive director of FACE, should be here. There she is in the back, Miss Trinita Carroll, and her entire team and the whole committee that works year-round to put this event for our students. So thank you. And then last but not least, it's almost there. The Houston Rodeo, Livestock Show and Rodeo may be over, but not in spring. And you know, we're going to be hearing a little bit about that, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in a little bit. But I'll tell you that in spring, we still have our great tradition that's coming up that's called our Tri-Club Show. And it will be including our Superintendent Stampede. And this is the time of the year where our Tri-Club students have the opportunity to showcase their animals, their projects, what they've been working on all year long. And what we do in the Superintendent Stampede is we collect donations, and then we bid on the animals. We actually purchase the animals and or the projects that our students have done and worked on all year long. The students then take the money that they get for their project and either invest in a new project for the following year, or they use it as scholarship money because we have many of our seniors that participate. So we are continuing our Spring ISD Superintendent Stampede Buyers Group in support of our students. If you are interested in donating, you can submit your donations at www.springisd.org/stampede. Visit our website and you'll learn a little bit more about it, but it is right around the corner. And that concludes my update, Ms. Durant, for this past month. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful update. Next, I'd like to ask if any of the trustees would like to make any remarks at this time.
Good evening, everybody. Since we last met, Trustee McDaniel and I attended the Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members Annual Summit, their 17th annual summit. And so it was 2 or 3 days in Round Rock of training on how to be a better board member. There was some mandatory TEA mandated training that we got our hours for, some training on diversity, equity, and inclusion programming. And overall, just a really good experience. I got a lot of fellowship and networking with school board members from across the state on how to better serve our community. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Anyone else? So at this time, our next item is recognitions, which is one of my favorite parts of the meeting. And so I'd like to recognize our Chief of Communications, Shane Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, and everyone here in attendance and watching online. We begin this evening with a spotlight in honor of Spring ISD's annual Black History Month celebration. This year, several students focused on the theme of African Americans in the arts. They created paintings and drawings, songs and sculptures, poems and essays and more, all highlighting the incredible contributions of African Americans to the arts, both throughout our history and today. Tonight, we have invited our district's first place medalists to join us. And at this time, I'd like to read their names in honor of their success in this year's competition, beginning with our art winners. Madam President, you don't know if you want to come forward to receive the students? Students, when I call your name, please come forward. Thank you, sir. Okay, our first place winners in the individual art competition. From Meyer Elementary School in the pre-K through 2 category, Veronica Chong. Okay. In the 3 through 5 category, from Marshall Elementary, Tyler McGee. In the middle school category, from Robertson Middle School, Gustavo Rodriguez. Gustavo, he's here, all right. And in the high school category, from Westfield High School, Sarai Ventura Barahona. Our next category are first place winners in the group art competition. So these are groups. In the pre-K through 2 category, from Northgate Crossing Elementary, Alexandro Martinez, Ella Brito, Emily Barendi, Roberto Cortez, Grace Ray Noachuku, and Kelvin Trevino. In the 3 through 5 category, from Hirsch Elementary, Savannah Cook, Honesty Bolden, Chance Bezor, Z. Nayaya Pleasant Thomas, and Cheyenne Gladney. In the middle school category, from Spring Leadership Academy, Abigail Sanchez, Alejandra Hernandez, and Naili Rivera. And now our writing winners and first place winners in the individual writing competition in grades 3 through 5 category, from Lewis Elementary, Catherine Vo. In the middle school category, from Bailey Middle School, Juliana Cabrera. And in the high school category, from Spring Early College Academy, Haidia Walker. And our last category, first place winners in the group writing competition in the grades 3 through 5 category, from Lewis Elementary School, Thais Anastasio and Jacqueline Perez. We do want to thank Samba Goddard. Samba, are you in the, I'm sure you're in the audience. You want to wave and come on up here, sir? Thank him for putting this competition together. And let's go ahead and gather for a group photo. Go stand in the middle over here. Parents are welcome to come take a photo.
Does look good. All right.
Okay, we're all going to look at the big camera first.
Okay, right here. Oh, President Durant.
Oh.
There you go. All right, here we go.
Okay, are we up here?
Nice smiles, everybody. Right here, right here.
Look over here.
Here we go. Hang on just 1 minute. All right, here we go. On 3, 1, 2. and 3.
Okay, now, okay. All right. Make sure you tag us. Congratulations. 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 Okay, our next spotlight honors the Spring ISD winners from the 2024 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Art Contest. Our students had incredible success this year, receiving 14 awards, and 2 student entries went all the way to the Rodeo Art Auction on March 9th at NRG Stadium, where they sold for a combined total of $36,000. Students and teachers, when I call your name, please come forward to be recognized. From Beneke Elementary, Noah Lennox. Joe? Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe. Oh, I also want to recognize our director of music, Dr. Joe Clark. All right.
We're gonna line them up with all.
My assistant's going to be helping us wrangle up all the students over here. All right, so from Booker Elementary, Alil Rodriguez. From Twin Creeks Middle School, Roniza Han. Also from Twin Creeks Middle School, Haley DeLeon. From Carl Winchie High School, Marilyn Mellarine. From Decaney High School, Valerie Alvarez. From Decaney High School, Kenzie Solar. From Early College Academy, Catarine Torres. From Spring High School, Michaela King. From Spring High School, Nancy Amaya. From Spring High School, Fatima Gomez. From Decaney High School, Valiance Chibweth. And finally, 2 of our student submissions were chosen as the best of the best. In addition to receiving a Best of Show or Gold Medal Award, they advanced to auction, the highest honor a student can achieve in the Rodeo Art Contest. In the Best of Show category, which her artwork was titled Cowboy Swag, which sold at auction for $16,000, 12th grade student from Decaney High School, Maya Petties. She is joined by her teacher Desmond Rodney. Desmond, you're up here. And our final award tonight, our final award is a gold medal award, artwork titled Berserk, which sold at auction for $20,000. Our 12th grade student from Decaney High School, Jennifer Vasquez. These accomplishments would not be possible without the support of our parents who value a rigorous arts education. Would the families of our rodeo art winners please stand to be recognized at this time? We also want to thank our campus administrators for their incredible support. Thank you for all on behalf of our students. Trustees, can we get y'all forward? Take a
You
oh, yes.
know what, I don't want the kids to move, I think maybe the board can come and walk that circle, and that
There you
way
go.
we can see the art and recognize the student along with their teacher. Well, okay, I'm gonna go serious. I wanna be able to see these ones. Were you like totally super?
I didn't get you going, but I saw you all, and Joe was sending all the information, and I was like, this is amazing. You guys are amazing. It's great. It is great. When you were at the state, Blackford Stadium, I took pictures of all this. You're so amazing. I couldn't figure out how you did it. So all kids from learning as they go to the school, like school, and probably use some kind of an eraser to get this competition. Yes, I remember when I had an art class, there was like a paper thing. Yeah, okay, that's it, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my colleagues to wrap it up, and everybody come up front so we can get a photo. Students, teachers, and board members.
Thank you, so students, we'll get y'all back over here. Yes, we're having okay.
So you're graduating in 3 years?
I'm
You probably are not going to get everyone's picture.
Good, and students, if your artwork,
And
make sure
we-
the
we
artwork can
can-
see the camera. Make sure the artwork can
What
see
you
the
got, Jim?
camera.
What you got?
Yeah, we
Find
just
the
need
window.
the ends, we need
sure your
the ends to come in.
Close in. Can you close in the ends?
Fantastic.
I don't know.
That one up just a little bit. Yep.
All right, that's
No,
good.
you're-
We're good there. We're good there.
There you go.
That was his call on this side. That was his call.
That's perfect right there. That's good. Awesome.
Hang on, guys, just a touch. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
good, that's good.
Let's get one.
All right. All right, this looks
You
good.
did, we did.
Okay, here we go, guys. All
Okay,
right,
everybody, look at this camera right here. Look right here.
Nice smiles, everybody. Here we go on 3, 1, 2, and 3.
Keep smiling. Parents, y'all want to go in there? Get bigger. There we go. Parents, principals. Congratulations.
Hey, Jim, Jim, I need one picture. Jim, come right here. We're gonna take a picture. Jim's gonna take a picture of us.
All right. All right, guys, here you go.
All right. Okay. Our last point of pride tonight is we conclude our recognitions with a point of pride for our 7 Spring ISD student musicians who each placed in one of the Texas Music Educators Association 2024 All-State Ensembles. All-State is the highest honor a Texas music student can receive, and participants are chosen through a rigorous competitive statewide process involving multiple levels of competition and elimination. With over 70,000 students all across Texas vying for the honor to perform in one of just 15 ensembles, including bands, orchestras, and choirs, these students represent the top 1.6% of musicians in the state. This year, Dekaney High School band director Chase Giddings had the following students make All-State. 10th grade, All-State Philharmonic Orchestra, bass trombone, Kevin Aguilar. 12th grade, All-State Concert Band, B-flat clarinet, Kamara Collins. 12th grade, All-State Concert Band, alto saxophone, and I must say the district spokesperson for Spring ISD music programs, Diego Chapela Perez. And 11th grade, All-State Concert Band, tuba, Troy Maccabee. I'm going to ask Mr. Giddings to please come forward as well. Let's recognize Mr. Giddings. Sorry? Let's also ask our principal, Al Reynolds, to come forward. Mr. Reynolds. We also have 3 All-State musicians representing Spring High School's band program, led by band director Jason Smith. 12th grade All-State Jazz Ensemble drums, Terrence Harris Jr. 10th grade All-State Philharmonic Orchestra, percussion, Josh Solano. And 12th grade, All-State Concert Band percussion, Angelo Aguan. I'm also asking Mr. Smith to please come forward to be recognized. A big Spring ISD shout out goes to the administration at our comprehensive high schools, including Principal Reynolds and Principal Hemphill. Is Hemphill here? Okay, all right. And of course to the families and of our students who continue to show their support for strong music education in Spring ISD. Would the families of all of these students please stand to be recognized? Families. Okay, let's go ahead and gather up for a photo, guys.
All right, if we can just kind of squeeze together a little bit. And, hey, there you go. All right, here we go. All right, nice smiles, everybody. Here we go on 3, 1, 2, and 3. All right. Everybody. Over here, guys.
what wonderful accomplishments. Let's give everybody another round of applause. Our next item is agenda participation. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone signed up for agenda participation?
No, Madam President, we do not.
Our next item is public participation. Do we have anyone signed up for public participation?
No, Madam President, we do not.
Thank you. So I'm really excited about our next item. For consideration is a resolution declaring March 2024 as Theater in Our School Month. I get really excited about the caliber of our students that we have in our visual and performing arts programs. Delilah, who helped MC our State of the District, reached out to both myself and Dr. Hinojosa and recommended that we make March a month of recognition. And so with that, I'm actually going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Hinojosa so that she can share her comments, and then we're actually going to hear directly from Delilah.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. And so today we do have a resolution that the board will be considering. Theater in Our Schools, or it is lovingly known as THIOS, T-I-O-S, is a celebration of theater in our schools and schools in our theaters. Sponsored by the American Alliance for Theater and Education and the Educational Theater Association, the goals of THIOS are to raise public awareness of the impact of theater education and to draw attention to the need for more access to quality programs in and out of school for all students. The purpose of this resolution is to recognize and promote March as the official Theater in Our Schools month here in Spring ISD. And at this time, I'd like to recognize our president at Spring High School. And I'm looking around because I think Delilah's here. If you'll come up here, I know Ms. Ocker is her teacher, but we will start with a presentation. As Ms. Durant shared, we received an email and a request from one of our students and then had a meeting. And so we'd like to turn the floor over to Delilah today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to give a quick thanks to Dr. Hinojosa for allowing me the opportunity to express why I believe Spring ISD should consider adopting a proclamation that declares March as Theater in Our Schools Month. Next slide. Okay, what is THIOS? Theater in Our Schools, also known as THIOS for short, is a national movement where students and educators work together, where we raise awareness about the impact of theater education, as well as draw attention to bringing access to theater to more students, as well as growing support for school theater programs in need. So what is the importance and benefits of the arts? The arts provide students an outlet for self-expression through many creative endeavors. Students can communicate their thoughts and feelings and emotions and experiences, and this helps students develop their own unique identities while also allowing them to connect with others who share similar interests and experiences. The process of creating art grants students the opportunity to think outside of the box and come up with unconventional solutions to problems, and this way of thinking can be applied to all areas of life. So some facts. 91% of Americans believe that the arts are part of a well-rounded K-12 education, from higher GPAs, higher standardized test scores, and college-going rates, as well as lower dropout rates. 81% of the population believe that the arts are a positive experience in a troubled world. The arts spark creativity, and creativity is among the top 5 applied skills sought by business leaders, with 72% saying creativity is of high importance. So what is the goal? The goal of TEOS is to create an increased awareness of the arts education and encouraging further advocacy for the arts in our schools. As I have previously mentioned, the arts not only provide students with the opportunity to express themselves clearly, but they also offer a wider range of benefits that can positively impact their academic, emotional, and social growth. I would like to give a final thanks to Dr. Hinojosa as well as the esteemed members of the board for allowing me the opportunity and time today to express why I believe Spring ISD should adopt a resolution to consider declaring March as Theater in Our Schools Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Delilah. We are so excited about that. So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion from any of my colleagues to declare March as the Theater in Our Schools Month.
Being a former theater student in high school, I will proudly move that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution declaring March 2024 as the Theater in Our Schools Month.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Newhouse and seconded by Trustee Correa that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution declaring March 2024 as our Theater in Our Schools Month. Is there any discussion? Okay, we're almost there.
Almost.
So I thought we were gonna get an update, and I had talked to Dr. Clark about this, about the Penguin Project. Is that a part of this or a separate initiative from this?
Penguin.
And actually, we have that planned for an upcoming board meeting. We're going to actually have them come out and do a component from the Penguin Project. And so our students will be doing that performance for you before the board meeting.
I guess the only other thing I want to add to that is I was having a conversation with Trustee Correa when the kids were coming up showing their art. And I know as part of our EPG, performing and visual arts is part of a CTE pathway. And I just think given the talent that I have seen since I came to Spring, that we really should be talking to kids about career pathways where they can continue to do what they do as it relates to the arts. So I just wanted to, I'm really impressed. Having the well here so full of students with art that you can't get them all in is a good problem to have. So I'm all for this.
Okay.
I just wanted to take a moment to applaud Miss Delilah for your passion around theater and then taking the initiative to advocate for not only you, but for the rest of students in Spring ISD to have access to theater. And the way that you spoke was very clear, very confident. You provided statistics for evidence. So just keep up the great work and standing for what you believe in. So I just wanted to add that.
People say that we don't get paid for what we do, and we don't get paid monetarily. But when we see a student rise to this level and come forward to Trustee McDaniel's point with such confidence and so well prepared, to me, that's rewarding of itself. As president of your organization, and do we have additional? Yeah, we have her peers from the other 2 high schools. If they can also be recognized. Okay. Yeah, if they'll come up and their teachers, and Delilah, can you come back and introduce your peers that are here as well? And while they're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. All right. So Delilah, here and forevermore, March will be known as the Theater in Our Schools Month in Spring ISD. And then I'd like to meet your peers from Decatur and Westfield.
Hi, I'm Matthew Parrott. I'm the president of Decaney High School Theater.
All right. Welcome, Matthew.
Hello, my name is Melanie Menendez, and I'm the president of the Westfield Theater Troupe.
Thank you for being here. We're so very proud. And our teachers are?
Marilyn Ocker, Spring High School.
Monet Wright Salone, Westfield High School.
And Chase Giddings, not the theater director, but band director of Fine Arts. Decaney.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to come back down. You guys want to take another photo? Yeah, we want to get a picture with you guys. Okay.
Great speech, man. That's good.
Yes. I saw that. That's why I hadn't looked yet. We could come past.
Yes, we're gonna have that. We're good. Yeah, Mr. Giddings, just, there you go, perfect, there you go. All right, guys, here we go. Right here, on 3, 1, 2, and 3. All right, we're good. All right.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll now resume our regular board meeting. Our next item is a discussion to amend a previously adopted resolution regarding our budget reductions. And so at this time, I will entertain a motion from the Board of Trustees to amend the resolution allowing administration to implement proposed budget reduction that was adopted on the March 7th, 2024 work session.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees amend the resolution allowing the administration to implement proposed budget reductions that was adopted at the March 7th, 2024 work session. Wait, this is a discussion, so we're
Leave that last part off, yeah, for now.
adopted at the March 7th, 2024 work session.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the board amend the resolution allowing administration to implement proposed budget reductions that was adopted at our March 7th, 2024 work session. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, I will start us off and first acknowledge that I should have expressed my concerns at our work session previously. As we talked about our resolution, the conversation moved into our sense of urgency, how we began in January. Now it's March and needing to move forward so that administration has the decision on what reductions to move forward with, and principals can start to make plans. So in an effort to support that sense of urgency, I voted to move forward with that. I will say I was unsettled by that decision. For me, the one piece that is most unsettling is the at-risk counselors. And I know we discussed this in January. I went back into our plans, and it indicated that principals could use their Title I budgets to pay for at-risk counselors if they should need them. But when thinking about the needs of our students, we know that about 84 to 87, we know it fluctuates, of our students are considered economically disadvantaged and have a lot of challenges outside of the classroom that are out of the scope of teachers. We know also that our equity study from Cambridge Education, they surveyed thousands of parents and teachers and did focus groups with counselors, principals, all stakeholder groups. And out of all of the actions that they recommended that we could take to improve equity, which is one of our pillars, number two was to reallocate our fiscal resources to ensure that there are at-risk counselors at every campus. And so during the pandemic, the equity committee recommended that we did so, and the board approved. We're out of the pandemic, but we know that our kids are still dealing with the effects emotionally, academically. And if our kids are not well emotionally, then how can we expect them to excel academically? So I will say for those reasons, I do not feel confident removing at-risk counselors from elementary schools. And I wanted to bring it forth for further discussion, to get more information, because I want to feel confident in every decision that we make. I know we have dates and we have processes but this is very critical. These are very critical decisions that are going to impact our kids for years to come, really. So I just want to make sure that we're not being hasty in those decisions. I did pull the equity report, and I'll just close with this piece. The district has mental health coordinators and some at-risk counselors. As previously stated, evidence from students in focus groups points to the need for more counselors in schools to address areas of depression, stress, and trauma. And this was in 2021, and the pandemic wasn't even fully over yet. So I'll pause there, but those are my areas of concern. So I would like to discuss further with the body.
I'm wondering what additional data you would need, or what additional discussion you would need in terms of what the administration is saying, that either proposes another cut that we could make as a potential pay for. Because we're gonna have to make hard decisions on lots of things, and I don't like getting rid of at-risk counselors any more than you do. But if you don't have the money, right? So I'm just wondering if like, as part of this discussion is, and I guess the reason that I was okay with going forward with the resolution was I felt like we had discussed that none of us like some of the things that we are forced to do by our current budget situations, but we have to be the people that make that tough decision. And so, if there is an alternative, I'd love to hear it.
I know we had discussions, especially back in January, around the at-risk counselors. I have concerns actually around a couple of items on it that I'll speak to in just a moment. But I know in addition to that, some additional information we've received since that decision was made in January was the staffing study, where we were able to see where we have opportunities to pull funding from somewhere else that does not impact the ability or the needs of our students around their academic success and support. And Trustee Correa, I saw your light on next.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up. I abstained from the vote because I didn't feel like I had enough information to go one way or the other. I too am concerned about the at-risk counselors, given the demographic of our students. And Trustee McDaniels really summed up kind of the same feelings that I have about that. I'll just pause there for a minute.
Okay. Is there any other?
Go ahead.
The presentation that was made to us was given the, I don't want to say amen, the okay from the principals. And I felt like the principals had sufficient time to evaluate this and to come forth and say if they felt like they could not fulfill what they were asking for in terms of at-risk counselors, and I'm hoping that they had a plan for that. Again, I would like to see our students receive all the services that we feel like they need. But in some cases, I think principals have plans set to fulfill requirements in the building, be it others other than counselors. If the principals had said, no, I can't do this without them, I would have supported them there. But hearing that they were saying that they felt like they could do this is what they wanted, I was okay with voting for the resolution because I felt like this is what they needed, what they wanted.
Just a little bit of clarity. It's not what they wanted. They were given an option to utilize another funding source, their title money, if they chose to keep it. But then they are losing that money from another area. So that's the way it worked out. They were given that option.
My other question too was understanding or getting some clarification for the rush to do the resolution now. I'm assuming that it's because of the fiscal cliff and the budget and everything that we're looking at, but that part really wasn't made clear in our last meeting. And so just trying to kind of understand that piece of it, because I did some research and I checked some other districts who who have also used a resolution similar to this manner, but for them, it was, because of meeting a state mandated deadline for notifying their employees by March 15th. And so for us, if our notification is only 10 days, and technically, not that we want to wait to do a lot of this until June, but technically we have until June. So I wanted some additional clarification on the push for doing it now.
My understanding of what the administration was asking us for was the ability to give our people, because this means that we're cutting some people off. And I hate that I just used that language, but to give our people the opportunities for first cracks at other opportunities, right? Is to give them a head start so they know, hey, this position isn't available for me, but here's a position over here, and I want to get first dibs at it. That was my understanding of why there was a rush. Do I have that right, essentially? Okay.
The other piece is, I actually talked to a few counselors, and it seems that, how can I say this? So we are having an attendance push right now, and with the understanding that I think our attendance is not that great. And so the question is, are the counselors currently already overloaded with their workload and not able to meet those requirements? Or are there some other reasons, that are maybe outside of our control that we are dealing with our attendance? And so I bring that up because now we're talking about taking away more counselor support services. And so I kind of just want to make sure that we're having a full discussion and not just making decisions in a vacuum.
I'm also under the impression that we are losing the position, not necessarily the personnel. The personnel may be moved into other positions on the campus. It doesn't, that person doesn't have the title that we are losing, but they can be used in other areas. So not necessarily losing the person, but the position. And that position may be a Title I position that they may use it for. And that was, I guess, my thinking, that the principal is not necessarily trying to lose the personnel, but lose just the position, and that person moves into another title that they may have for them.
Well, see, that's my
And
issue.
They maneuver names, positions for people.
I think for me that is the issue, because they focus on mental health, social emotional support, which is really beyond the teacher's scope of work. So if they are doing something else, who is meeting that need? And then in terms of the Title I budget, please clarify, provide more information if I'm wrong with that, but are they not already pretty tied up in terms of what they have to pay for as it stands, so then have to go and pay another salary? I'm asking.
So, go ahead.
Actually, I was going to ask Dr. Cuellar to be able to talk to this. A couple of things, a couple of the questions addressed was, how are the principals handling this, right? I think Ms. Newhouse talked about using the Title I funds. I think the concern is, well, aren't Title I funds tied up somewhere else? And, and this is really our elementary principals where these 13 positions are being reduced. And so I know Dr. Cuellar worked closely with the principals prior to them coming to the staffing budget meetings. And after he talks through it, if you want to hear from Ms. Westbrooks and Dr. King, I think we've answered the question about notification. Yeah, there is, specific final cutoff date, but for us, we want to do it as early as possible to give the staff members, whether it's this position or any other position, early notice and first dibs at any other vacancy, and for the principals to be able to move their people around, because they're having their meetings now. We need to be able to give our principals exactly what their staffing looks like, what their budget looks like, so that they can make plans for next year. Yes, we vote on our budget in June, but it is not, it's not good practice. Our principals need to know now. But I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cuellar to go through the work that has been done with our principals, very similar to what Ms. Newhouse was describing.
Thank you, Superintendent, and members of the board. I also want to echo your concern as well. And every time we have to make a decision, especially with a position that's integral as an at-risk counselor, it's very difficult. Especially now, we understanding the importance of the role, especially coming out of the pandemic, and the role that that has served, especially with our most struggling youth. So I do want to recognize that. That is not an easy decision. I also want to be able to let the board know, too, that this decision also had gone through multiple phases and iterations of conversations with the principals. We have 13 schools that have an at-risk counselor. Out of the 13, 3 of them chose to be able to utilize additional funding, to your point, President Durant, utilizing title funding to continue with their at-risk counselor. I believe that it's Clark, Lewis, and Marshall Elementary that are going to continue to fund their at-risk counselor. The other principals, for the most part, felt very confident with making decisions where you had to make a choice, and it is true. With where we are with the budget constraint, we had to make a decision between an academic support and a counselor support. The majority of the consensus from the principals individually, we had individual conversations, me, Dr. Martinez and Mr. Davila, meeting with principals individually, having this conversation. There was also a pre-budget meeting that was held individually by each assistant superintendent and each principal, going through the budget, preparing them for the meetings with Mrs. Westbrooks and with Dr. Keene. So we've had multiple phases of having conversations, very robust, very deep, around the pros and the cons and the specific needs for each campus. Majority of the principals felt that the need at this moment right now was really on the academic support side. Hence why the decision was made in choosing to fund an academic support position over the at-risk counselor position. I also want to be able to explain that, then if we do not have that position, is the second question, what happens? Does the load fall on the other counselor? Through the conversations with the principals, when you look at dividing the responsibilities, that's only one part. When you look at dividing responsibilities, it wouldn't just only be with the other counselor, but there was some other members of the leadership team, as well as administrative staff, and even a lead teacher, that would probably take on some of that role. The other piece that also came up in multiple conversations, through Trinita Carroll's Community Engagement Department, we have the Vine Mentorship Program. A lot of our schools are leveraging and utilizing the Vine Mentorship Program to do just that, to make very intimate connections with students, to really establish an increased sense of mentorship across the campus, and be able to utilize a liaison. Each campus has to have a liaison, a counselor, and a lead that be part of this mentorship program. And the idea is to get mentors into the school to serve in mentorship opportunities with the students, particularly assigning yourself to a student that is most in need. And then we also have, through our community youth services, there's a lot of community youth services that a lot of our schools utilize. I will say personal experience as a middle school principal in my former, I had 1,000 kids, I had one counselor. One counselor for 1,000 students, that's not ideal, but that's what we had. But I also had support from the DePelchin Center. I had support from from communities and schools. And I also had support from other agencies that were able to push in and provide that needed support to my students.
Can I ask
Yes,
for our current principals?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those supports that they have?
Yes, ma'am. And what I am going to do is I'm going to shift that direct conversation to Dr. Pariseau, who does oversee the counseling department. But I will say that a lot of our schools are leveraging even community support, and even from some of our faith-based organizations that are pushing in and providing that volunteer support. I do know that the Vine Mentorship Program came up multiple times with principals that are leveraging that, but I will ask Dr. Pariseau to answer your question directly.
Before you do that, so I am a Vine mentor. That program has some gaps, just based on my experience. And that may be a one-off, and that might just be my experience, but I want to be careful because what we have been talking about through all of this is developing systems for students. And so if a program is sort of reliant on some sort of heroic actor to make sure that the kids are getting what they're needing, that's not sufficient. And so we really, I mean, so we have, different principles around our system that are at different levels in terms of how they use their budget, how they apply their resources. And what we've been trying to do is create systems so that kids get minimum levels of support, no matter which building they happen to be in. And what this sounds like is us relying on really high performing principals across the system. And I have concerns about that. So I'll let
I do as well. I know, and I am grateful and appreciate our community members that support our schools, our faith-based pastors that support us, as well as our mentorship program. But none of those equate to a skilled, trained, at-risk counselor that even our own equity study said that we needed. We went through a lot of painstaking decision around which campuses we could afford to place them at, because we couldn't afford to put them at all of our elementary schools. I believe we only were able to support 12 of them. 12, right? 12 of our campuses, 13. So we have them where they were most needed. And we have schools that have 30–40% high mobility rates. We have a lot of opportunities with our kids that are at risk, that they need that added and extra support. And I do feel like we have been waiting, and I've been asking for quite some time around the staffing study. And when we received it, it held true that we have greater opportunities there. And I know it's tough to cut wherever, we don't want to cut at all. But for myself, I can sleep at night, and when I'm more comfortable knowing that the decision that I have made does not impact a child's academics or their safety or their well-being. And I struggle with, and I've been very clear from day one, with the at-risk counselors, the interventionists, and that AP from the middle schools. And other, outside of that, I'm in full support. But even when we looked at the staffing study, it showed where we had opportunity at the central office to make decisions, but we didn't even have all of our positions incorporated in that staffing study. There were gaps. What we were told was they don't align with the other districts and what we call them. But there was an opportunity from my belief that they should have been provided a crosswalk where they would be able to assess what we call area superintendent, what they call it in Aldine, and all of our other districts where we were aligned with, and been able to provide them with a crosswalk so that we could have received a staffing study that was complete. And what we received was not, in my opinion, complete. But we do have opportunities in other areas without taking away needed positions that directly impact our kids. I was looking at, we were just looking recently in our meeting at our results and our outcomes. And if you look at our 8th grade math, we saw 11% increase in 8th grade math on STAR at a time when they've changed the test and everything else. We even saw a 3% increase in math. In our 8th grade math, in our middle schools, we had math fellows, we had those coaches in there, we had our interventionists in there, and we actually saw academic growth. Why would we want to remove that from a system when we see results that are actually working? I really would like to see us, if you all want more data, provide the data that we need so that we can be more comfortable. But I'm not comfortable removing positions that directly impact students' academic support and the things that they need when there's other areas and other opportunities that we need to explore further.
I was just gonna piggyback on Trustee Adams about the Vine mentoring. I'm a Vine mentor as well, and interestingly enough, or maybe ironically, the following day after our work session, I went to visit my mentee, and she needed a lot of TLC. And it was the at-risk counselor who brought her into her office, got her cleaned up, checks in with her. So it's through Vine mentoring, and I'm sure, I know it's making a positive impact with me visiting her, but I'm able to see how integral the at-risk counselor is on the campus on a regular basis. They know the students, they've built relationships, they're able to support the teachers when they need to, and help with that extra load that they have in terms of the social emotional component. And so I agree to Trustee Adams' point. We can't really rely on these. That's why I wanted to know, what are the community organizations? And I know some of them, the CYS and all of those. How often are they coming? Are we able to ramp up support? Or I just want to feel confident that that gap is going to be, the need is going to be filled.
Trustee McDaniel, really quick, I just, want to clarify that I was not suggesting that the Vine mentorship was the standalone replacement for an at-risk counselor. Right. I completely agree with both you and Trustee Adams' sentiments regarding it. It is, it's one tool for us to be able to help identify and help children, but it's definitely not anything that we were suggesting as a standalone replacement. Just one of the things that has been expressed to really ramp up and start to really create a more robust program to support our schools in a bigger capacity.
And Trustee McDaniel, to your question, we are a very different district in far of counseling and support services that we were before the audit. Because of the audit, we added the at-risk counselors to those campuses with the greatest needs, the highest at-risk populations, but we didn't stop there. We kept really dividing up the responsibilities that were on counselors and putting those in other places to open up our counselors for more time, to the point now that we actually have a monitoring platform to help ensure that our counselors are not being taken off for other duties, that they're focusing on the counseling components. So, and as a former counselor myself, I worked in a district where I was the testing coordinator, I was the special ed 504 RTI, all those things. Where here in Spring, we have separate people for all of those roles, which has helped free up our counselors, where we have our student support specialists who also work with students at risk. That's their whole world. That's the data they're monitoring, that work. Well, in that referral to the counselor is then there where that counselor has more time to work with those students. On top of that, we added communities in schools. Since the equity audit, they support 10 of our most needy schools. Just last year alone, they spent 12,762 hours in our schools, and they served 2,683 kids just last year, in direct counseling, intervention, walk-in support. So that's not through other things. And they made another 10,000 referrals to outside agencies. And that's something that our counseling team, and I know Dr. Collins is here, that she's done a lot to help make sure that our counselors are focusing more and more time every day on counseling kids because of that need. And then there's oftentimes, even with the training that our counselors have, that there's more needs for the family beyond that. And so the other that Dr. Cuellar mentioned was our community youth services, which we've had for a long time. I think over 20 years with that partnership. And we have 3 people that are in our district every day, all day long. And on top of that, we have a crisis team, and that crisis team is going out every day to campuses to help support when there's specific needs on a campus. Sometimes it's an individual student, sometimes it's multiple students, and they're working to address that. And on top of that, we actually get, and we'll make sure you all get a copy of this, but it is from Community Youth Services, and it's a directory. For the most part, they're all free and nonprofit organizations. There's over 10 pages within here just in counseling services, and our counselors have been trained to help work with families to say when that need for counseling is beyond what we can do in a school day, like here are some great organizations to work with. And that gets updated every year. So it's everything from when they need shelter to where they need clothing, lots of elements that they're addressed, and our counselors are trained to identify those support services. And Houston's such a great area because we have so many outside agencies. And when you couple that with the mentoring program or ministerial alliance, we are layering these supports. And then you have the social emotional learning curriculum too that wasn't in place. And that's not just something that one person does, that's a whole culture on a campus. So those elements students are also getting from every teacher as through that classroom instruction, the structure, the supports, and then that counseling need is still there. So when we pull away, the decision to pull away those at-risk counselors has not been viewed by our principals as a major step back. That we are making tough decisions, but at the same time, we have all these additional supports that we didn't have before the equity study.
Can I ask a question? Do we have a counselor at every campus?
Yes, we have one at every campus. Every elementary school has one. And when you get to secondary, there's multiple counselors per school.
So what happens if there is no counselor and we've removed the at-risk counselor in that instance?
There are counselors at every school. So when we chose to place the additional at risk, that was after Harvey. There were a lot of situations, and then through COVID, they were also very vital. And so through that, we've added these additional supports, but there's still a counselor there. So that counselor, and that's where Dr. Cuellar spoke of, that the principals felt that the current counselor and the team they had in place could meet their campus needs, except on 3 of the campuses where they chose and identified, we really feel that counseling burden is heavier, and we want to utilize our funds to keep
I want
that.
to be more specific than Trustee Correa. So there's a budgeted FTE at every campus. Is there a physical counselor on
Thank you.
every
That's, yeah.
campus?
And so there are vacancies that happen just like with teachers and different roles, and our counseling team at the central office comes in to provide support in that intermediate area, but we work to fill those vacancies very quickly. We also have the ability to bring in KAIs or communities and schools to help fill specific needs. But yeah, just like a teacher vacancy, anyone could resign at any moment, but we have a better retention rate with our counselors.
And so and thank you for clarifying that, because that's kind of where I was going. I won't say which school, but I will say that I was told that we do not have a counselor at one of our elementary campuses since October. And so we may have the FTE, but do we actually have the people there? And in this particular campus, what kind of support are we able to provide if you've got a child who is cutting or suicidal or having an immediate need? Now you're having to wait for someone to come and address that. And so, what are we doing to address that?
Absolutely. Dr. Collins, I know she's here, and she can come forward and kind of share what is happening in that specific situation. And also the supports that are provided when there is a vacancy.
Good evening. So to answer your question, as we stated, sometimes, yes, counselors resign from their positions for various reasons. We definitely want to fill those positions as quickly as possible. So what we've done when we find that there is a vacancy, because we have our different supports, such as our mental health specialists, we also have our KAIs workers as well, or we'll do like a rotation of counselors to come in and sit in, because I mean, we stick to our core values, we win as a team. And so that being the case, we're able to say, hey, can we borrow a counselor from this campus for this day and this day? And we set up a schedule, and it's a rotating schedule where they're able to come in and provide support. And then, of course, if there's an emergency, a great need, they reach out to us immediately, and we come and basically it'll be either, if it's elementary, it's going to be the mental health SEL specialist for elementary. And then if that person is not available, in most cases they are, we can always lean on our secondary specialist or our mental health coordinator, or even myself will come out and provide that support if the need is there.
Thank you. Do any of our other board members have anything they'd like to bring forward? So, I will say after our last meeting, I received several phone calls, and if you have something to say, this is where you need to say it, and not calling me later. But what I will say is I'm concerned myself, and I'm going to express this to my colleagues, that we do not impact needed positions that support our students, especially around our interventionists and our at-risk counselors, where our students need that added support, and we know that they need it. I don't think we have explored where there's other opportunities at our leadership level to make some changes. I do know that Trustee Correa has done some in-depth analysis that she shared with the board. You guys should have received that today, that we can look at a later time. But I think that I just don't want to impact kids where they need that added and extra support. So at this point, it looks like I'm the only one that's concerned about the interventionists because no one else has spoke up, but we've had several people speak up regarding the at-risk counselor, correct?
Unfortunately, excuse me, I was not here for the meeting. However, I was listening online, and if at any point I could have jumped through the screen, I wish I could have. I was definitely, had I been here, would not have voted for the resolution. I didn't understand or comprehend the urgency in doing it. We've never, when I saw it on the agenda, had no idea. I didn't think that we were going to vote. We never vote for anything on during the work session, so that kind of threw me for a loop anyway. With that being said, I do have concerns. I've expressed my concerns in November, December, January, February, and now this month. If we had to vote on the budget today, I would not vote yes for the budget as it stands. So I am definitely concerned and not in support of eliminating vital positions in the schools. I think that we definitely need to look at other areas for cutbacks. And I think as we've talked about data and waiting on data, we've seen what the data that's been presented, and I think that we need to look at that and make the changes that have been suggested, along with other areas as well.
So at this time, it looks like the only consensus I have is around the at-risk counselor on that resolution. Okay. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Madam President, what is the motion?
The motion is to amend it, and so we passed that motion to have the conversation around that. What it looks like, we need to add exactly a friendly amendment to the motion around which specific positions we want to amend. But I've been listening, I was listening to the dialogue, and right now, the only thing I feel like there's a consensus around removing is the at-risk counselor.
And I just want to be clear, I am concerned about the interventionist as well, but if I had to choose between the two, I'm gonna focus more on the at-risk than the interventionist.
I'm just gonna remind everybody that we still have a ways to go to balance our budget. And again, these are painful choices, but it's like there isn't, it's not gonna start raining money in any time in the near
No.
future. So, I just wanted to remind people that, like, we did this proposed budget cut still doesn't get us to where we need to be. And there are a lot tougher choices in our future, given where we are.
And I lived through 2011 when we lost $35 million and had to make tough decisions, even did a RIF and laid off 600 people. So there are tough choices and tough decisions coming for us, but I think we need to make sure that we have done our due diligence and that the decisions that we are making are what's in the best interest of our kids. And I'm not on board with eliminating positions that are directly going to impact what kids need. We need to eliminate at another level. And I think we saw recently from the staffing study that we have opportunities in other areas. I was surprised by the resolution myself because we had just got the staffing study and I thought we would come back with another conversation around where we could implement in that area based on the staffing study, and then remove where we didn't have to impact kids. So I just felt like we missed a conversation there. It was rushed.
I did not feel rushed, but I will tell you that I trust the principals to choose who is best going to support their kids. I'm wondering if maybe we should give principals the choice of the at-risk counselor or the interventionist. And isn't that the present situation?
Yes, Dr. Jensen, and I really, I don't know why this is my reality, but I've talked to 5 principals that do not want to lose those 2 positions and are concerned with having to lose it. And so I struggle when administration says the principals are on board when I know they are not all on board. And so to me, that puts me in a really tough position. They were given a choice to keep those positions, that at-risk counselor, and fund it through Title I funding. So they have an opportunity to keep them by using another funding source. And I do know, I've talked to Ms. Westbrook, some of our schools don't even use all their title funding. So some of them had that ability to have extra funding that they could use, but I don't know if all of them had. That's something I'm not aware of, but they were given a choice. But I like your recommendation that you bring forward, Dr. Jensen.
I want to talk a little bit about the Title I funds, and I think, you're right. I think Ms. Westbrooks did a good job in explaining the use of Title I funds. Unlike other years and how Title I funds have been used in the past, what we are finding with our ability to implement a solid reading and math curriculum K through 8, through middle school, our schools are not having to rely on Title I funds to purchase the extra. Previously, we had a reading curriculum that had a lot of gaps. We had a math curriculum that had a lot of gaps. And so our principals had to use their title money to supplement. They were, buying classroom libraries, they were buying additional tests that they needed in order to monitor the students' growth. They were buying a lot of intervention kits to be able to support the children. And you'll recall, we struggled, and we continue to have struggles, but we have a solid curriculum that we've implemented with fidelity these past 2 years, and the principals are not using their Title I funds as they used to. We would run through that money just because we needed all the extra support. Now we are leaving money on the table, and so it is a decision that we have to make, right? I think, Mr. Adams, critical decisions are having to be made, and principals are coming to the table to make those decisions. In some cases, I think I heard Dr. Cuellar talk about one of the discussions, they're having to look at the position. Do I need more academic support? Do I need more counseling support? And who do I have in place that can support one way or the other? And so with their Title I funds that have been left on the table, now they're being more judicious and assigning the money up front instead of the money coming back at the end of the year. And so they're making those decisions. Am I investing in interventionists? Am I investing in additional specialists? Or do I want to use my money for a counselor? And so we did have some schools that said, this is the direction that I want to go to. The others are saying, I want to keep my money because I want to use it in a different way. I believe that, Dr. Cuellar, all the leadership here, myself, the assistant superintendents have a open dialogue conversations with our principals all the time, and that when they do experience challenges, they do come to the table and say, I need this, but I can't make it work. And you'll see as part of our recommendation in the grid, we are actually closing 3 positions that are funded through federal funds, which normally they won't impact the deficit. But what we said is we are closing this position centrally, and because the principals came to the table and said, I need these positions, we're funding them from central budget. And so I know I see I see Ms. Parker here, I see some of our principals and directors that are here. I believe that they're very confident that they can come to the administration and say, I need this, I don't have money to pay for it, help me. Because through the budget conferences that they've been having, those are the discussions that are happening, and when the principals speak up, we take care of them. Because they know best. I think, as you were saying, Ms. Newhouse, Dr. Jensen, we really rely on the principals to speak up and say, I can't make it work, or I need X, and we provide that. I want to be very open and clear and transparent with our principals that, they can come to the administration. I feel I have a very open relationship with them, that if the need is there, they've come to the table, and Ms. Westbrooks, Dr. Cuellar, and Dr. King have been able to address their concerns. At the end of the day, it's very painful decisions. None of us want to do this. We don't want to negatively impact students, but any position that's in the school district, we all impact students in one way or the other, whether we're face-to-face or whether we're providing or creating the materials to support the instruction, or we're hiring the staff, or we're training the staff. Everyone directly impacts our students, and any reduction is very difficult. So I just want to close, again, assuring the board that if principals have spoken up and they need the position, we've been able to address it. And I encourage all principals that, speak to your immediate supervisor, come to me. We will be able to address it because it's difficult, but none of us want to impact our students' academic or social-emotional needs.
And I want to thank you for that, Dr. Hinojosa, and I too would like to encourage our principals to speak up and receive the support that you are open to and willing to provide. Absolutely.
Can I add?
So at this point, it's okay, go ahead.
How do we assess if a principal does not speak up? Like if they don't feel comfortable speaking up or if they don't speak up, how do we make sure that the kids get what they need either way?
So a couple of areas that we have. Number one, we now have our master lead principals that are more coaches. They're not supervisors or anything. That's one way that they're able to, ask and, ask for guidance, and then they can escalate that. The other piece, I think, a perfect example is what Dr. Collins was talking about, is when our mental health specialists or our curriculum specialists are in the schools and they see the need. Remember, we flipped our model. So instead of, waiting for the schools to ask, we go to the schools. And then the third piece is we monitor the data. You heard Dr. Parasol talk about the reports that counselors fill out, and that's how we know if there's a shortage there. Our discipline reports, our student performance data. The principals may not raise their hand and say, my second grade team is drowning, but we're monitoring the data and we can see, second grade team at X school is drowning, send the support out there. So those are just three ways that we monitor without the principals having to, come up and raise their hand, because oftentimes, you feel you're the leader and that you can do it all. But we also monitor and do the push-ins to help support them.
Thank you.
Can I propose that, for time's sake and for more clarity, would my colleagues be willing to consider, let's talk about amending the resolution around our at-risk counselors and interventionists, but leaving them on the table for us to get additional information or support if you feel comfortable in doing that, and letting them move forward with everything else that's on the resolution, except for those two positions? Or am I hearing that at risk, y'all, you guys are killing me. How about we just remove them from the resolution, amend it, just those two positions, if that's what's under discussion, and then we can get additional information, not take them completely off the table. Is that something that, and then maybe follow what Dr. Jensen recommended, and look at other ways? Trustee Adams, your light's on. Did you mean
I'm
that?
thinking about my question.
Okay, you need a minute? Okay.
So I wonder, so again, we passed the resolution to allow the administration and the principals to start planning. And so I would wonder how much any amendment we would do here tonight would impact their ability. So if that impact is minimal, then maybe that's what we do. But if that is going to force them to stop what they need to be doing or dramatically alter what they need to be doing, I think that's another issue.
Okay. Point made. I would weigh that against impacting kids and what that real impact is. Is my proposal not acceptable? Do we just want to take a vote on amending it around at-risk counselors and remove them completely out of the budget reduction at all this year?
I'm wondering, is there a way to incorporate what Trustee Jensen recommended with interventionists and at-risk counselors being an option, or some sort of way? I don't feel like I really need any more information. I mean,
Okay. You want
I just would like to see an alternative.
Trustee Hodges?
And so, good evening, trustees. Just want to give you an update on where we are just as with our staffing process. And so just a comment that Trustee Adams made and an inquiry by Trustee Correa. We have completed our elementary staffing, budget staffing process. And so my office is in the process now of trying to implement those staffing decisions based on the resolution that was passed. And of course, if we go back, that's fine. But that then delays the staffing of the campuses. And so part of what we were attempting to do was to normally when positions are eliminated in districts, it's eliminated. And either if you usually go through a RIF or for non-contract employees, positions are eliminated and you don't have a job anymore. However, what we're doing through this reduction is we're saying your spring family, everyone will have a job. And so the timeline that we've developed in my office was built on trying to give these displaced employees a home. So for example, on April 6th, we were planning to have a job fair for all displaced employees. And so, but then that's incumbent on us notifying staff next week that you are in a position that's displaced. So that then delays, for example, we had to, because of the ABLE recommendations, for example, we were supposed to be doing secondary schools this week. We're not able to do secondary schools. So now we're having to look at having 2 displaced employee job fairs, one for elementary, one for secondary, to give people time, to give people, to not be able to just say, yes, we could do this 10 days before the last day of employment, but we're trying to give people time to have voice and choice in where they go, because we could also just say, okay, you're going here. You have no choice in where you go. So we were trying to organize around that so that people could have a choice in where they go, so that we could then get to open up external hiring, because you can't open up external hiring until you have placed all your displaced employees. And so that does in fact affect the staffing timeline and the calendar. We are, like I said, I'm still trying to figure out how to adjust our secondary, but if we take positions off, that's fine, because people aren't going to be displaced. But if they are going to be displaced later, then we're losing time to give them voice and choice, if that makes sense.
I'd also like to make the point that if our Texas government, with their billions of dollars excess tax money, develop a sense of responsibility or conscience, we could add these positions later. It doesn't mean that we've, lost these positions forever.
I wouldn't know if I want to bet any money on them.
President
At
Durant,
this point.
I apologize.
No,
I just
no,
wanted
absolutely.
to ask really quickly, as we're talking through the at-risk counselor position, just a couple things that I wanted to point out, because there was a comment made that during the pandemic we added at-risk counselors, and also that the at-risk counselors were added as a result of the equity study. The at-risk counselor position was actually created in 2018-19. And that was when Dr. Hinojosa was the chief of schools. And so it was created to support our campuses who had those very high mobility rates and very high economically disadvantaged rates. And so we added 5 at-risk counselors at that time, back in 2018-19. And so we continued to add as funds allowed and based on the criteria. And so the criteria was set up with a matrix based on the special education percentage, the mobility rate, the economically disadvantaged rate. All those things were taken into consideration. When Cambridge came in and did the equity study, they saw the at-risk counselor position, and they said, all of the elementary campuses should have this position that already existed, simply because they were saying that you could not, the counselors didn't have time to get to the social emotional learning component because they were so focused on the academic side of counseling. And since then, subsequently, and I think Dr. Parasol brought this up, things have changed at the state level. where now 80% of counselors' time has to be spent on counseling and not those other administrative duties that were pulling them away. So I just wanted to make sure to make that statement, that the equity statement, they saw a position that existed in Spring and said we should put this at every single campus. We do staffing studies, we do analysis and things throughout all different years, right? And there are times when we can do things because funds are available, and there's times when we can't do things when funds are no longer available. So I just wanted to make that point, that the position was not created because of the equity study. It wasn't created because of the pandemic. It was created in 2018-19 because our then chief of schools saw a need and brought that matrix to Spring ISD. And so now we're in a circumstance, and there was a comment about a sense of urgency. And personally, there is a sense of urgency because of the funding situation that the district is in. So the resolution was brought forward to try and nail down the decision to respond to our principals who ask us, can we get clear staffing when we come through our staffing meetings? And Dr. King just mentioned, we just finished up today with our last elementary budget staffing meeting. We have been literally 8 hours a day in rooms with principals, the finance team, the HR team, our special education team, multilingual team. We've been in the room with the principals, working through their staffing. But making difficult decisions about staffing is not something that happens only during a year when we're in a budget deficit. There are very difficult decisions that get made in those rooms every single year because things change. They lose enrollment, they gain enrollment, the Title I funding changes, they make those decisions. One thing, and we've been coming out and reporting out to SLT about what's been happening in those meetings, the overwhelming vast majority of the principals have been able to hold on to the staffing that they had that was funded out of ESSER because they had Title I funds available. There are principals who made a conscious decision to pay for their at-risk counselors using their title funds because they had very great working programs with their at-risk counselors and they wanted to hold on to those positions. We also had principals that came in and said, no, I'm good. I will keep this position and I won't keep that position. We're working with our principals. One of Spring ISD's core values is we communicate openly. Our principals advocate for themselves very well. I spent about an hour on the phone with the principal on my drive home on the Friday before spring break because that principal signed the paperwork in their budget staffing meeting and said, you know what, this doesn't feel right. There's something I need to advocate on my behalf. And this is a brand new principal, brand new, that wanted to advocate on behalf of their campus for a position that they know they needed. And what did we do? We stayed on the phone and we worked it out. And we found a way to make sure that principal had what was needed at their campus because they advocate for themselves. And I understand you heard from 5 principals, but we have 40. And so the vast majority of our principals, they speak up. I have not met a quiet principal yet that will not speak up when they, I'm sorry, y'all, but I have not. They speak up, they advocate for themselves, and we work with them. We work with them because we want what's best for the students in Spring ISD. We share that with the board. We're passionate. So I just want to make sure as we work through March to June that we're clear on what we're doing so we know what we're bringing forward to the board. So when I hear the sense of urgency, yes, it was there. It's still there. I'm going to continue, just like the picture of falling off the cliff has come to you 3 times, 4 or 5 times over the past few years. There is a sense of urgency because what's happening in Spring financially right now is extremely urgent. It's urgent. It's not going away. And I don't think help is on the way from Austin. So that's true. The other thing was about if you have concerns and there's information, data that you need from us, if we don't understand what it is that you need, we can't give you what you need. So I want to make sure between here and June that if there is anything at all, anything that you need from us to make an informed decision when you vote, let us know so we can provide that information to you. So I wanted to just make sure to make those few points before the decision is made on how you move forward with this resolution. But that was the point of the resolution. Can we please make a final decision that we can act on?
going forward. That was the purpose of it. And yes, there is a sense of urgency. It's here, and it's not going to go away because we are in a dire financial situation.
And trustees, I just want to follow up on just about our budget staffing process. This is my first year in Spring ISD, so it's my first year to go through this process. And I just have to say I'm quite impressed with it. When I got into HR many years ago as a director, my first district staffing was done centrally. There was an allocation sheet built similar to what we do here, but principals had no input in that allocation sheet. It was sent out on a certain date en masse. You got your allocations. That you could request something, an additional position from the superintendent's cabinet, and it was applied or denied, and there was no working with principals. I can share this is the first district I've worked in where we actually sit with every principal. We go through the proposed staffing. If there's something that they said they want to make work, we find a way to make it work. Now, we don't have a money tree in the back of our central office, so there are limits, right, into how we make it work. But as I can attest, for example, one campus, we were going through and we're looking at the Title I budget, and I said, hey, you've got enough money to keep your at-risk counselor. You can do that. And the principal says, no, I believe that I can handle this with the responsibilities without it. I was like, okay, right? And so if we can't trust them there, I don't know else how to trust them. But I can say this process is, having sat through all of the elementary budget staffings, principals had voice, and we found ways to make things work. And so I do want to commend the spring team for this process, because it is truly collaborative and the first time that I've seen a staffing process like this.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. What I'm going to do for the sake of time and then moving forward based on the conversation and the dialogue that we've had, I've had 4 board members express concerns around the at-risk counselors. I've only had 3 say anything around the interventionists. So at this point, I would ask that we amend the resolution to remove the at-risk counselors based on the discussion tonight. Okay, so I would ask that anyone that wants to do that provide a friendly amendment to Trustee Adams, who made the original motion.
Just one question before we do that in there. And I'm okay with that, but my concern is, can we make it such that, as Dr. Jensen just said, it be the principal's choice? I would hate to tell a principal, you have to have an at-risk counselor when they've spent their whole spring break or earlier with that was not what they needed. If those 5 need it, I want to be able to give it to them. But if there are principals who do not need it and would prefer to do something else, I wouldn't want to say you have to have a at-risk counselor.
I think that's the situation as it is now, though. To my understanding of the conversation.
If we say this now, we're telling them that we have, you are going, at-risk counselors are being put back in. Is that what we just not said? They're being put back in?
Yes.
So I just like for it to be the principal's choice. If they want an at-risk counselor, please, let's give them an at-risk counselor. But if they do not, and they prefer that to be another
Do you
FTE,
have proposed motion language, Rhonda, or do you want to?
thinking. No, I don't have it right now. So,
My point
see how we
was
can
that
word it.
that's the situation right now with no changes. 3 principals have decided that they really want that at-risk counselor and they're going to use their Title I funds. And the others have decided they'd prefer an interventionist. So they've already made their choices. And that we don't need to make any amendments.
No, that's not quite.
That's how I understood it. So, what am I missing?
They were given an opportunity. They were told you cannot have an at-risk counselor. If you feel you need that for your campus, you need to fund it out of your title fund money. Right, so they had to use other funding their campus funding for that, right? The interventionists are just plain going away, was my understanding. They weren't given an alternative around the interventionists. I think Ms. Westbrooks did say that some of them was going to use their funding. I'm not sure.
So several of the principals had enough, and this is elementary because we've only done budget staffing meetings with elementary, but not just several, the vast majority of the principals were able to pick up even their ESSER-funded interventionist position using their title funds. And so I was looking at my colleague across the way over here about the interventions because we also revamped the existing positions that we have. So for example, the digital learning coach is funded out of Title I. That position was created and the job description was amended during COVID to assist with digital instruction because we were remote in a lot of cases. Now that position has been converted to an instructional specialist specifically for reading, and the job description has been written to where 50% of their time is intervention and the other 50% of their time is coaching. And it's a teacher incentive allotment eligible position. So we're addressing the needs even if the campus has already picked up those ESSER funded positions using their title. So in some cases, they have the same number of interventionists that they had now, even with the ESSER funding, because they're paying for it with their available title funding.
I was going to jump in on that, but you said it so best, Ms. Westbrooks. Just regarding the specifics around the shifting the job description to the instructional specialist position.
I got a headache.
What was that, President Durant?
Nothing, I'm sorry.
I also just wanted to also reiterate as well, through those meetings that we also had with our feeder patterns and our principals, through their input, we were able to recraft those job descriptions specifically based off of what they felt the need was at the campus. So I just wanted to reiterate to how we shifted those roles to specifically focus on literacy and mathematics is that those roles will be dedicated to both students as well as to both coaching teachers as well. And also that a lot of our principals also had the additional funding where they're still choosing to fund those additional positions such as the interventionists to continue that work specifically for student groups.
President Durant, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, the question is for an amendment, and we haven't decided what's being amended.
I would like to add, the last line that we have here, work session, to include at-risk counselors at the discretion of the principal.
Perfect. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm gonna repeat it. Say it one more time. To include.
To include at-risk counselor. Sorry. To include at-risk counselors at the discretion of the principal.
Okay, so the motion will read, it's been moved by trustee Adams, seconded by trustee Correa with a friendly amendment from trustee Newhouse that the Board of Trustees amend the resolution allowing administration to implement proposed budget reductions that were adopted at the March 7th, 2024 work session to include at-risk counselors at the principal's discretion.
Shouldn't it be
Exclude at-risk counselors at the principal's discretion. Okay? Now you want to call for the vote? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, opposed? That is 6-4, 1 opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody, and everyone for your patience through that difficult conversation. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. You can find this item on page, page 92. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, is this the budget item? And I believe Ms. Westbrooks was going to lead us through the budget items, which included the ABLE study, which we reviewed before the break on last Thursday.
It said it will present regarding Always Being and Learning ABL Master Schedule Audit proposal. So
And so-
you're turning it over to Ms. Westbrooks.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sheffer is going to bring up the PowerPoint presentation. And we'll walk through the rest.
What was the
of-
page number again you gave us?
It's in your yellow folders.
Okay.
You have a copy in your yellow folder.
Gotcha.
So this is bringing back something that you saw at the March 7th board work session. And so looking at the reductions and where we are at this moment in time. So we started off with the $35.4 million deficit, which was approved as a part of the 22-23 budget. You see the reductions that were approved in 23-24. The proposed reductions prior to this amendment this evening was 10.4 million, and that, or excuse me, 10.3 million. That 10.3 million is the total of what was in the resolution that was brought forward to the board, and those are all the items that were presented at the January 11th meeting. That amount, of course, will be decreased by $1,051,000 for the at-risk counselor positions. So, and then the ABLE recommendations, which we'll look at in just a moment, the conservative version is the 1.665. So the total proposed reductions to date were 23 million. And so we're still just shy of 12 million. And now that number is 13 million with the at-risk counselors added back in to that. So we're at a remaining deficit of about $13 million. And so the other item, we haven't gotten completely into the numbers yet as we're still finalizing and firming up our staffing. But the other thing that's not included in here anywhere that does impact our local budget, and that's what we've talked about, that's happening at the federal, with the federal funds that we receive for school health and related services, SHARS. So we'll talk more about that once we get a little bit more understanding of exactly how that's going to impact us going forward. As right now, we're still in some appeal processes with our state agency. So the total central office proposed positions right now, proposed positions and cuts to central office is 6.9 million, which makes up 30% of the total reductions that have been proposed to date. So to Dr. Parasol's, what he was bringing your attention to is with the ABLE study. We brought the presentation forward at the March 7th meeting where our vendors from ABLE came out and presented. And so originally we had brought forward a conservative option that was about 1.9 million, and we were asked to go back and bring forward some additional options. This information was actually included in the board update that Friday, I think March 8th, or the weekend of March 8th. And so what you see here is three options. There's conservative, which would be about 1.6 million. That was included in the reductions on the previous slide. A moderate option of 2.8 million, and then a more aggressive option of $4.7 million. That in each one of those options are based on how many teaching FTEs we would reduce at both the middle school and the high school level. So this evening, we were actually asking if we could receive feedback on which one of the options the board would like for administration to move forward with, because to Dr. King's point earlier today, we cannot begin the staffing for the secondary campuses until we know which of these options we're moving forward with.
Do we have a total number for the FTE reduction numbers on each of these?
And when we say conservative, moderate, and aggressive, what's included in which one?
So the
Where's the
ABL
detail behind that?
So the ABL study identified $12 million in savings based on what was presented on March 7th. And so that looks at all funding sources for teaching staff, including positions that were funded by Title I, the at-risk additional teachers that we allowed the campuses at particularly the high schools to have, and then their ESL staffing that they receive above and beyond their per student ratio. So what this does is it uses the formula that ABL is using to calculate the number of teachers that are needed. And so to answer Trustee Correa's question, the aggressive option, just want to make sure I got it all squared away.
And I just want to add that these options are just looking at general funded positions, not the on top. And so that's why it's less than the 12 million, because ABLE was looking at title funded positions, state comp ed funded positions as well. We applied the formula to just the general funded positions, and so that's what these recommendations did. And that's why it's less than the 12 million. So it's then applying the true formula as ABLE did is the most aggressive option, and then the moderate backs off of that and does it half, and then the conservative backs off of it and does the ABLE recommendation at
Less than half.
Less than half.
So
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
You're gonna make me say that again? Okay. And so if I start at a place you don't want me to start, tell me to fast forward. But the ABL recommendations were $12 million in savings, but that included all funding sources, Title I, state comp ed. So what we did is we looked at, okay, applying that same formula that they did to come up with the 12 million, let's just look at our general funded positions.
Okay.
And so we applied that formula, and it came out at $4.7 million would be the full implementation of.
That would be aggressive, the full amount.
And that would be the full amount.
12 million that was from our general budget. Okay.
Yes, and so
So the moderate came from?
the moderate was, what if we do half
Okay.
of
it's
the
half.
aggressive?
Okay.
And then the conservative came for, what if we do less than half? Because these are teacher positions, right? And so we wanted to look at the impact on campuses to what can, they absorb in 1 year, right, as far as change. And so do we do it in all at once, which is the more aggressive option, or do we phase it in to allow principals to adjust over time their master schedules to this philosophy?
So for each of these categories, which model were we looking at as far as like the base?
You have your old binder.
6 of 8, 4 of 5, 5 of 6, and then how many,
So for the aggressive option, it's a total of 74 FTEs. That's 43 at high school and 31 at middle school. And so for high schools, it's a 6 of 8 schedule, and for middle schools, it's a 7 of 8 schedule.
and then what does that do for the class sizes for each of those groups?
So we would be using the funding formula that gets the class sizes to average closer to 35 to 1. So our factor would still be 35. 35 for high school, 30 for middle school.
Will you also give us the total teachers impacted at middle school and high school for the moderate and conservative? I think you gave us
Yes,
the
ma'am.
aggressive.
So for moderate, it would be 26 FTEs at high school and 18 at middle school. For conservative, 15 at the high school and 11 for middle school. And I know what we said is half and then less than half, it's not perfect math, so it's not exactly half or exactly, it's, kind of in between. Elementary is not included in either of those options. It's middle school and high school.
26 and 18 on the moderate.
Yes, ma'am.
Get your mic.
Elementary and I meant.
Conservative.
Your mic on.
Conservative is 15 at high school
Okay,
and 11 at middle.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to make sure I understand what ABL did clearly, right? So, based on adjusting our scheduling framework, this provides somehow additional choice to the students. That's my big takeaway from that, because my own kids have experienced this, where the way things are now, you can either do band or you can do theater. I mean, you can do them both, but it's onerous and a real challenge to schedule that. And so what I took away from their presentation was the adjustment to the scheduling framework allowed opportunities for additional choice for the students.
And that is correct, Trustee Adams. So as far as there's multiple facets of what the ABLE study does. So one of them is looking at staffing, another is looking at the master schedule itself and looking at efficiencies. And so part of the work that Dr. Cuellar's team and the assistant soups did was work to create universal master schedule or bell schedules across our levels. So before, most of our middle schools were using a block schedule. So there's only 5 periods. Well, now in the new model, they'll be using 7 of 8. So that's 8 periods now, where students were limited before to only 5 different sections or courses. Now they have 8, that they are able to have more opportunities of choice. The same for high school, there was block scheduling, 2 days a week. And so that has also been removed. And so what you see is more opportunities for students. And at the same time, one of the pieces they showed us was all these extra sections, specifically for the secondary levels, where we had more sections than we needed. And students could still have more opportunities by changing that master schedule structure, but we also had the opportunities to cut down staffing to create closer efficiencies to our staffing ratios. So like as Ms. Westbrook shared, currently like at middle school, we're at 22-1, where we're actually budget staffing at 30-1. And so a lot of that is because of the fact of the blocks and how that played out. So there'll be greater opportunity and still savings by cutting staff reductions through increased master scheduling efficiency.
Is there a reason why we have 6 to 8 on, was it middle school and then 7 to 8 for high school, or the other way around? Other way around. Is there a reason why we don't?
Other way around. So specifically for the high schools, we're sticking with the 6 of 8 for the end of course content areas. So we're giving the core content teachers an additional period to have PLC time as well as to have personal planning time, which is the big push at the high school level. So we are going to keep that, and we were kind of discussing that back and forth, but we do feel that that's still a very critical area to keep at the high school level for now, so we can continue to examine it as we go.
Right. And this was all, what I took away from it, in addition to providing more opportunities for our students, we are kind of changing our methodology where we're actually looking at attendance as opposed to enrollment. Is that correct?
That is another opportunity.
Okay.
However, currently this proposal does not calculate based on functional enrollment.
Right.
That is an option that also could lead to additional savings if in the future we wanted to look at functional enrollment as a motivator to increase attendance rates. But this does not take into account. This is actually based on enrollment and doesn't bring attendance into play.
Okay.
And I understand that we're going to be really removing classes that maybe you only have 5 students in the class. And that you think that because of the extra class period offerings that you won't have those problems anymore or less.
Yes, ma'am. Part of the study too was shifting from most master schedules that are traditional are really FTE based. So basically you create the master schedule based off the positions you already have in the system. What we're shifting now towards is a student-based schedule. So based off of the student need and interest is how we craft these schedules moving forward. So with that is the elimination of singleton courses. Singleton courses are very, very expensive. Is it really handicaps our teachers from being able to teach the needed courses? And also there's very little interest from students, but we keep courses going because usually those courses are very important to the campus and have been at the campus for quite some time, or it's an interest from a teacher that has an interest in teaching that course. So part of this study is also helping us eliminate the singleton courses so we can also maximize the courses that the students have the most interest in.
I assume this does not stop teachers from recruiting students to bolster their enrollment.
So how do we balance, moving to a more student-based model, how do we balance those savings with the costs associated with low enrollment in schools and the cost of the buildings and I bring that up just because in reading all the information and everything that's happening East Coast to West Coast, there's a lot of districts who are already closing campuses. And not that that's anything that I would want to do, but I don't want anyone to think that we would be immune from that either. And so talking about the student-based allocation and thinking about those expenses with these campuses, like how are we accounting for that kind of forward-looking?
That's a good point too. And when we think about like recruitment and retention of our student base, it's really being able to offer the plethora of courses that are going to really be, centered around what their desires and needs are in. And that's something that we're trying to open up. I mean, to be really competitive with our charters, we have to be able to offer a myriad of courses that are really designed around student interest and need. This is going to help us be able to do that. And also, I mean, we also have to be able to play fire to fire as well. One of the things that we've been working with the superintendent and the principals is really developing an ironclad recruitment strategy and how we're actually getting out into the public and really selling all the good work that we're doing in our campuses. That was something that we've been used to, working in the city even years ago. We always had to recruit. When I was a principal, I had 5 charters that were within 1 mile radius of me. And that was a long time ago. But I had to recruit every day on weekends to keep selling that the power of public school, that we're doing more than what your child is receiving at that charter institution. So we have to be able to start developing those tactics and strategies here and just really how we're selling the great programming that we're doing. I'm excited about the opportunities with these new systemized schedules because we can offer more for our kids, but also offer what our kids really, really desire. I really do think we're going to see the true value and the end of it in terms of how many kids are going to start recognizing that and coming back into our buildings. Hopeful.
So just to clarify, they recommended at the middle school where we're going to remove the block scheduling and move campus schedules to 7 to 8. And then for the high schools, we're going to continue the flexibility of 6 to 8 scheduling core teacher instructional periods to 7 to 8. So we're taking their recommendation, the 12 million, but we're only looking at that to impact the budget that we're talking about right now, and that's 4.7 if we go with everything that they proposed. The aggressive model, and in doing that, it's even going to give, there's positive impacts to kids. There's no risk or impact to students. In fact, they may even have a greater opportunity. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so Able did make the recommendation, with that 12 million as an option, that it should not be a quick process. It takes time, for the system and to develop also those master scheduling expertise. And so as we, in year 1, to take an approach where we do make a cut into that, but that we can still go back the next year. And as we implement and improve the master scheduling, it will do all those things. Increase instructional time, increase opportunities for electives and choices where kids don't have to choose between dual credit and PVA or athletics or CTE, as well as create cost savings.
Well, I want to thank you guys I want to thank the district for bringing forward Able to give us an opportunity where we can save cost within the system that's not impacting kids. So I'm excited about it, actually. And it's not really impacting staff because we lose that many teachers through attrition. So we would be okay, right? Okay.
I just recalled that I first heard about ABLE at the caucus summit.
That's right. You brought it
up in
forward.
Round Rock, yeah.
So I want to thank my colleagues as well as administration.
So just to follow up on what she was saying, and I think between the exchange, I think you guys kind of answered the question, but so the reasoning for proposing us the conservative option on the first go around was with the idea of implementing more changes after creating more efficiencies for the next year? Or just wanting to understand the rationale for not giving us kind of the additional options if the FTEs aren't really going to be affected as much as we think?
It's the phasing in the approach, and so that principals, as they learn to create their master schedules based on this staffing model. It was the conservative, wasn't that we would just stop there in 1 year, but then we would phase it in over time. Is that?
And some of it is their discretionary funding as well. So with the title funds, because at a middle school campus, they could have 5, 6 Title I funded teachers. And many of them have 4 or 5 ESL funded teachers. So we would have to discuss how to pull back there. And that's how you get to the 12 million, is when you start looking at not just those formula positions, but all those others that are additional on top with other funding sources.
And just to clarify, the original proposal from the administration was the conservative, with the opportunity of every year as we get smarter, sharper, that we continue this work until we reach, the optimizing of the schedule and the teachers. But I know we wanted to look at what would it look like if we went with the moderate or a more aggressive. And not looking right now at any of the teachers that they receive on top, just really looking at the locally funded positions. And so as a board right now, your decision is to give us the direction on which way you want to go, with the administration's recommendation of a conservative model and coming back next year and saying, okay, this is what worked, we can do a little bit more. And keep going towards the optimization of what the recommendation was. Or, we could do moderate or aggressive, what the board pleases.
So just to clarify, do you feel we're not prepared to fulfill the aggressive? Or is it just, what is the rationale, I guess?
We just wanted to phase in.
Okay.
We, as everything that we do, we want to be really intentional. And because this is at the campus level, we wanted to have the opportunity to phase it in. Could we go with the moderate or aggressive? Of course we could do it. But this is something new for our principals, and I think those of you that have been with us for a while, our master schedule has been our Achilles heel. Students not being able to get into the courses that they need, all of those things that we've done. And so this is a new big change for them. And that's why originally we brought the recommendation of being conservative, giving us the first year to try it out, and then keep working, that it wouldn't stop year one, that as we got sharper and smarter, we would want to continue to reach the ultimate goal. And it's just, as a district, we oftentimes jump in, all in, and this is something new for all 40 campuses, all of our campuses. Even though at elementary, we're not impacting their teachers, what we are impacting is the use of their time. We will be standardizing their time so that it doesn't matter what school you attend, you will have the same amount of minutes for reading, for math. We saw the discrepancies. So that's the work we're going to be doing for elementary. And then for middle and high school, it's really relearning how we create a master schedule to be more inclusive of our students.
So ABL has a track record with this. What kind of feedback did you get from the consultants when you put this to them in terms of conservative, moderate, aggressive?
They did. They gave us the $12 million and we're like, you know, you get googly eyes. Hey, this is how we're going to solve the problem. But they did also make the recommendation to be very intentional in the phase-in process. They were, you know, intentional in that work. And I know Dr. Cuellar, Dr. King have experienced this in other districts, and it is the process of phasing in because it does take the principals aback because we've done it this way for always, and now we're going to be looking at it differently. And as Dr. Cuellar said, you know, we are moving to a student-based, student need budget. Oftentimes what we do as administrators is this is the teacher, this is what she or he can teach, and so we build around the teachers. Instead, this model is saying you're building around students and student choice and giving them the opportunities. So it's a mental shift on how we prepare schedules.
So if the change then, because the change is the change, whether we do conservative or moderate, the relearning process is going to happen. And so my question is, do we have the luxury to be conservative given the option that we do have some cost savings?
I take a deep breath. I know Dr. Cuellar, Dr. Collins, Dr. Parasol, they've been meeting directly with the principals. I mean, I think, you know, the change is the change. And sometimes you say, do you pull the Band-Aid and just move forward? Or do you pull it a little bit at a time? You know, it's hurting as you go along and it takes longer. So it's either one of the approaches, you know, putting my principal hat on, I wouldn't go any further than the moderate. I wouldn't do any more than that because then you start, it's a huge shift. And if we're going to be going through a lot of changes. There's going to be a lot of adjustments as, you know, we just discussed earlier. So, you know, we were being conservative. We were trying to just phase it in. So slowly we would work up to the maximum. But there is a lot of room. However, on a personal, you know, principal level hat, I wouldn't go any further than the moderate, with the conservative taking us a good 3 to 4 years to get where we need to go.
So there's like a $1.1 million difference in the conservative and the moderate. I would like to propose that we move with the moderate. Any thoughts or comments around that?
The number of schools we're talking about impacting though is it's not the whole district, correct? It would be, right, so middle and high school.
Middle and high.
Right. So, for example, in the conservative, the high schools is 15 total. How many per school? Ms. Westbrookson, I know, you know, we modeled it out.
Approximately between 3 and 5 per campus. Not approximately, exactly between 3 and 5 per campus on the conservative at the high schools. And then at the middle schools, it's 1 position with the exception of 2 campuses, it would be 2 positions.
That's the conservative.
Yes, ma'am.
So middle school, it would be 1 or 2 positions. And then high school, it would be, and it's based on enrollment, 3 to 5. And then on the moderate, how many positions per school would that be?
Moderate is between 5 and 8 at the high schools, and all of the middle schools would be losing 2, with 1 losing 3.
Dr. Jensen?
I just wanted to remind people that the teachers, I guess, are going to be teaching more classes, especially at middle school, and the classes are going to be larger. So, you know, I've heard people say, oh, having 3 kids is just like having 2 kids. Well, I've talked to people with 3 kids and they said no. When you start adding extra human beings, and 5 extra kids in a classroom is not a minor issue. Those are human beings who need your attention all year long, and you have to worry about how they're doing in class and if they need extra work or extra challenges to keep them busy. It's just going to be quite a management feat of these teachers. And so I think I'm going to recommend the conservative option to get the teachers with the pedagogical skills to work with more students and also the heavier load.
Next.
But it doesn't matter if you are moderate or conservative. The amount stays the same. If you're moderate, the class is going to be for elementary 24 to 1. If you're conservative, it's going to be 24 to 1. So the number of students doesn't change for the teachers. It's the FTEs that we're talking about.
Right.
Well, that's teacher hours, FTEs, full-time equivalents. And it doesn't come out of the air. I'm just saying that there's going to be people teaching more classes and more students to achieve that. There are some classes that you can teach 35, but I can tell you in a lab science class, when you get over 25 students, you can't do labs that you can do with 25 and under. There are pedagogical concerns here that I have. I really do.
And so I want to make sure, looking at Dr. Parasol and Dr. Cuellar, currently our funding and the way we allocate teachers is at middle school 30 to 1. The way the master schedules are working out now, in a classroom, you have 22 to 1. We want to be able to maximize and get the numbers to what we are budgeting.
What they should be, right.
What they should be
Right.
is at 30 to 1. And what is happening right now is we're so spread out. I think you saw the example, I know some of you all have the presentation from the last time where we saw how effective Decaney was. They were allocated X number of FTEs. However, with the vacancies that they had, they just shut down the sections instead of having substitutes, and their sections were fuller. And so they were actually more efficient. And so it's just really being efficient with the use of the teachers that you have.
Yes.
So currently at high school, on average, of course, some are smaller and some are larger, the current size is 29 to 1. But the way we budget, the way we allocate teachers is at 35, and there's that big gap. And so what we're trying to do is get them closer to the budgeted FTEs. So you're right, Ms. Newhouse, in saying it's not going to change one or the other. What does change is tightening up on the number of sections that you are offering. So you don't have classes that are sitting with 10, 11, and then you have classes that have 30 in there. It's going to force the principals to really tighten and fill up every section before opening another one.
Right, and Superintendent, you said it best, and Dr. Jensen, I mean, you're right. So some of these class sizes will get a little bit larger because we're going to be collapsing the classrooms that do have smaller sizes, and we have that throughout the district. And even with the proposal for moderate, which is the proposal from President Durant that's on the table, but even with going for the moderate, we're still not going to hit the absolute top of the ceiling for that 30 to 1 or the 35 to 1. Because we're so significantly lower than our ceiling already, we are going to get up closer to it, but we still will not hit that threshold.
This just gets us closer to where we should be so that we're more efficient and it will save us money.
Well,
I would be,
I taught at a high school that a coach needed to teach a class, and they got him a health class with 2 people in it. So I've seen that, and we don't want that. We do not want that. I'm just very concerned about getting these huge classes.
And there still is differentiation based on the appropriateness of the class. So those are looking at classes overall with the averages. And so you have some periods that will have larger sizes. You know, you have your PE classes that are larger, and then you have some of your higher level CTE, which have the lower numbers, and like you mentioned, your science lab. So those, you know, there is those adjustments within that. And for middle schools, actually with us moving to the 7 of 8 model, that what you're seeing at 22 to 1 was based on our current five course 5 of 6 model. So it's going to open up all those extra sections. If we didn't reduce staff, that number would actually plummet much lower than 22 to 1, because all of these extra sections are now going to open up in the master schedule with 8 periods instead of 6.
Who's closest to, I can't, like the area soups, how do they feel about moderate over aggressive and conservative? Mm-hmm. And Ms. Parker too, I'll be, like to hear from her as well.
You got some good
You want my cookies? No. You can have them. Mm-hmm.
Can you turn on the mic?
Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share out. We did do that work with our principals one-on-one with the high school principals, and we've been at it for a while in terms of structuring our master schedule, right? There were some opportunities that we saw as a whole to be able to ensure that there's flexibility with that intervention course that we've offered, not restricting certain periods to certain things opens up opportunity in other places. And I think that's what the vast majority of us have talked about tonight. And so I'm personally excited about that opportunity to allow individualized, choice with students. As we know, we have varying needs in our district. We've talked about that tonight. And this gives the principals a little bit more autonomy in some ways to say, hey, at my school, at Dekaney, for instance, these are the programs that we're offering, and these are the needs that we need to address with our students. And so creating, I think we just had a champions visit today with Dr. Paraso at Spring High, and we actually pulled up the EPG and talked about different opportunities that they hadn't explored before. I think when you know better, you do better. And I think that's where we are with the opportunities that we have. No principal, speaking personally from my former experience at Robertson, no principal wants to experience losing FTEs. However, I will say that being an innovative principal and having those opportunities and choices myself, it did teach me how to really, really intentionally design my master schedule to meet the needs of the programs and the students. And so that's what I've seen through the process. So I definitely understand where we are. I understand the need to streamline and structure along with allowing opportunity. A 6 to 8 is going to be feasible for our campuses. The main concern would be, like Dr. Cuellar said, our PLC. As you know, we have to have our PLC, professional learning communities, and we have to strengthen that. And that's a process. And so, to your point, I do understand not wanting to make a strong decision, but we do have to make a decision, because in making those decisions, it does strengthen leadership. It strengthens the decisions that we make. And so, because in some ways it does force us to make some decisions that we do need to make for kids.
And Ms. Walker, real quick, because President Durant's question specifically, it was good background. Thank you for the background.
Okay.
Great background, and I appreciate your passion. But President Durant's question directly was, do you feel that the high schools are still going to be equally successful if we choose the moderate option over the conservative option?
Yes, at the moderate option, I do believe that we can make the master schedule work. With intentionality, looking at our course options, looking at our opportunities and choice that we have in our EPG that we may not be even exercising at this time. I just think it's just a learning process, as we've talked about tonight. Learning process doesn't mean we don't do it. It just means that we pull the Band-Aid off and we get to it and we learn and grow as a team. And that's what we've so far been doing. Dekaney has been my model, if you will. Mr. Reynolds and I work closely together. We're actually planning tomorrow together so that we can sketch out some opportunities that all campuses can replicate. When it comes to the schedule, they have more pathways within their, their building, and we're going to be getting there with, our other campuses, but them being the model as we see, they've had to be forced in some of those situations because of more opportunities, but we've also learned the beauty of what that brought to the table for that campus, and we're seeing it. We're seeing the want, the desire for the application process, and it's just a beautiful thing to watch over the 2 years that I've been in the role. I've been able to see it.
Thank you.
I think the decision we're making, the decisions that we're making isn't just around this, right? So we are
It is about it.
in a budget situations where we're making cuts and we're piloting this new program. So I just want to be sure I understand what you just said about our capacity to implement with fidelity the moderate approach or the conservative approach. And what I thought I heard you say was you're pretty confident that the high schools could implement the moderate approach.
With the flexibility, yes, of being able to choose how we deliver certain, classes, like Dr. Paraso said, there's going to be differentiation with the type of course that it is, CTE versus a core class. I do believe with that intentionality, we can make it work.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board, NIP, and trustees, and Dr. Hinosa. Yes, I was the master scheduler for high school for probably 6 years. And so we've already been doing this. We partner with CTE and we make it work and we make adjustments as needed. So I think going towards the moderate approach would definitely be appropriate because we already do it. It just hadn't been brought to the board in this manner. So I'm glad that this is an option to go ahead and do it, because then it also allows students to not only pick what they choose, but also we can guide them on what they choose. Because believe it or not, they pick schedules and you're like, where did you get this course from? It wasn't even an option. We're trying to figure out how did it come in there. So I think this option will allow us as a district to formalize our master schedule, so it allows students the opportunity of what they want, and we can also still kind of guide them in a direction that they need to go with their pathways. Thank you.
Well, in saying that, what do you think about the aggressive? If we're already doing some of it, can we really afford to go to the...
I'm going to say moderate.
Moderate, okay. That's
you
good.
wanted principal voice, I'm going to tell you
you.
principal voice moderate. I'm not going to say aggressive, but I will tell you moderate.
Thank you.
But does that mean that, I think the way the administration is presenting this is that, we start and we pilot and we try it and we make mistakes and we learn from those mistakes and we do better the next year. And so I thought I heard somebody say our timeline for being sort of at full capacity was 3, maybe 4 years. If there are opportunities to accelerate that timeline without, busting the system, like that, and you can't know that yet because we haven't tried it, but it's something that I want us to be aware of.
And I definitely can say, working closely with Cynthia Williams, she would tell me all the time in Western Cecily, we got to do this, we got to make sure we fill this class. And so they also have double blocks and all these different things. So I don't want to say an aggressive approach, but definitely moderate, because I still want to make sure we honor what kids want. And also, just making sure that we provide them with the need, because the ultimate goal is either to set them up for college or set them up for the workforce. So definitely being able to offer that opportunity will be the best choice.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And so I am speaking on behalf of my principals. They love the 8-period schedule because going back to what Chief Pariseau stated, it's the options that they now have, especially when you think about our 8th grade students. Our 8th grade students, how do we recruit? We recruit through offering different choices for our campuses. And so they're really excited because they were excited about the high school credit that they could potentially receive. And that also feeds into our high schools, those particular pathways. So they're very excited about that. I was actually talking to a principal today, and she said, Ms. Lem, I want to bring forth a free program to our campus as an elective. And I actually was talking to Dr. Harris, and I said, Dr. Harris, one of my principals wants to go through a theory of action. So that is another method of electives for our students to bring, for our campuses for recruitment. So my principals are really excited about the 8-period schedule. So now when you think about the conservative, when you think of moderate, there's a difference between 1 to 2 teachers for conservative and 2 to 3 for moderate. So it's about filling it to that capacity at 30. So the average for middle schools right now are about 22, right? So we have to try to save money essentially. So that means condensing some of those, sections, because we do have classrooms that, not utilizing their master's schedule. You'll walk a classroom that might have 12 students. You'll walk a classroom that might have 32, 37 students, right? And this is on the block schedule. So now that we're streamlining to that 8-period, it definitely opens up now more of a cohesive, scheduling for all of our middle schools. So moderate, and 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So I'd say moderate.
Thank you, Ms. Lam.
Thank you.
Okay, so colleagues, we have a decision to make. I'll entertain.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the moderate ABL proposal as presented by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the board approve the moderate ABL proposal as presented by administration. Any additional conversation? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it's not unanimous. That's 6-4 and 1 abstention. That's okay.
Okay, President Durant, the last item under the budget items.
You got one? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, is the TASB recommendations. So the TASB recommendations were presented at the March 7th board work session, and the board has received that copy of the grid for the TASB recommended position eliminations. And we're seeking the board's recommendation on the recommendations this evening.
And Ms. Westbrooks, they do have the updated grid with the funding source in their yellow folder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll open the floor for questions and feedback. Trustee Correa.
So, not to dredge up the counseling issue again, but I did notice that on this document, we've got the behavioral specialist, mental health, which I believe you had said was gonna be one of the positions to help supplement the at-risk losses, so.
Yes, Trustee Correa, we have a total of 3 of those positions currently, and it's just the closing of one of those positions. So we'd still have the remaining 2. We also have contracts in place for communities in schools and community services, and the funding secured for several years. So we'll have those in place to help provide that support for those crises.
Dr. Parasol, Dr. Goya, this does not touch the behavior specialists that are funded in our special education program, correct?
No, ma'am, these do not touch the behavior specialists that are funded out of special education, as well as the ones that are funded out of Title IV. Mhm.
Everybody's reading heads down. Why don't we take a 10-minute break at this time? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reconvene tonight's meeting. I think currently administration is looking for feedback from the body regarding the recommendations from the staffing study that was provided to us. I had asked that the funding sources be added, and that has been added for us. So any comments or feedback? Let me ask this, does everyone feel ready to discuss it, or y'all need more time? Debbie needs more time, you need more time. You need more time too? Yeah, I do. So kind of half and half. Absolutely.
It's a generic question while everyone's kind of still pondering. So, and I think we've asked this before, like, how do we determine the return on investment for specific initiatives or projects, or even some of the individual positions? I mean, is that something that we even look at?
Yeah. And so that is definitely a charge moving forward. That administration is in moving toward this grid format and moving towards looking at all of our positions, is moving towards having a return on investment and analyzing it every year for new initiatives, especially that we have. So I can't speak specifically to what's been done in the past, but I do know moving forward, bringing that framework to all of our positions and all of our initiatives is something that administration is working towards implementing and
just,
will bring to the board.
Right, and just to give one example, one of the reorganizations that we did in academics was, shifting to an elementary model, but then also looking at it from a secondary model. So instead of really just looking at having positions anchored just in 9 through 12 and positions just anchored in 6 through 8, we shifted more to an elementary model and then a secondary focus 6 through 12. So some of the positions in academics that we did reduce would still allow us to have an individual that would still support elementary and would still would allow for a professional to support secondary schools, just not to support individually for high or individually for middle. And so that was also just one example of how we look at it from a reorganization standpoint in terms of just aligning it to the model that we've already had. It still takes on additional duty if you're just supporting just a handful of campuses and now taking on middle, but that's already the model we started this year anyway. So some of the positions that we reduced in academics just align to that model.
And adding on to that from a data perspective, we also have, as part of our strategic plan, our priorities and our initiatives. Underneath of each of those are growth progress measures. So there's a lot of data elements that we capture. That also ties into our appraisal system, where individuals set goals for themselves tied to the specific areas where they're working, whether that be student outcomes or wellness. We have these elements that they're bringing into their goals, and that's part of their supervisors as they're meeting with them, saying, how are you progressing and tracking towards meeting your specific key progress measures and pushing us towards our goals of our strategic plan.
And so I asked that, and kind of along the lines of what Ms. Westbrooks was saying, to be clear about what we're looking for. If we, what gets measured gets done. And if we're not measuring it, and I'm not saying that we're not, but I think some of the back and forth that happens sometimes between administration and the board, and some of that kind of clouded, frustration that we have is because a lot of times we're not given kind of like we have our overall strategic plan and we have our goals and we have those things set. But when it comes down to the hard decisions like this, we're not really given information that can truly help us. This grid is a huge step, is super helpful. Mm-hmm. But when it gets down to, like really what is our return on investment on this one particular initiative that we did or this position, like those kind of figures would help I think, clarify some of the questions and the frustrations I think that we have sometimes with our exchanges, because we just don't always have the right information to help us make those decisions quicker.
So Ms. Westbrooks, at one time I had asked for ROI and you had started providing a grid. Okay, I know, what was that, about 5 years ago? Is it any way we can bring that back?
Once I figure out exactly what we were providing, we can definitely replicate it. Was
Okay.
it, did we title it return on investment related to positions or expenditures? Programs? Oh, yes, I know which one you're talking about. We have the programs grid.
Okay, that would be helpful.
So we definitely, I think, Mr. Adams, when he first came on the board, and, you know, I had schools and academics, that was your question. And so we started a grid with every program and measurement, right? Because unfortunately, we were overlaying programs, and then you were having to make decisions, and we couldn't really pinpoint what was making the difference. That we haven't brought the forward in these past 2 years because we stopped adding additional programs because of our curriculum. You don't see all this going through, and we have a committee. It's still, you know, Dr. Harris runs that committee, and it's the theory of action. And so anybody proposing new programs or new software has to go through that process, and then it's approved and then monitored. However, as Dr. King was talking about, you know, this is the first time that we've looked at positions in this way. It is, you know, as a district, you know, I've been here now 9 years, and, you know, we were having a conversation earlier, is that we just added positions as a district, and we were fortunate because we had funding, and our departments just started growing. I think last year when we started the work and the equity committee coming together, talking about student-based budgeting, we really started looking at this work that you all had studied around edunomics, and not only program and you know, purchases return on investment, but positions return on investment. So as Dr. King was saying, this is our first attempt on being able to do that. And being able to track what is the return on investment on a specialist, on a coordinator, on, you know, any of those roles, and how do we measure it? So this is the start. We continue with the programs, and I know Ms. Westbrooks has that, and Dr. Cuellar and Dr. Parasol keep that updated. So we'll bring that for the programs. But you'll see we didn't propose a lot of cuts on programs because we really don't have any. Now it's really looking at staff and the roles that they have, the impact, and then what's the return on investment, and what's, you know, what's a danger, what's at risk. And so we've analyzed that. What are the risks that we have to mitigate as we go through this process?
I have one question about number 19 and 20. I think they may work together. Is this saying that the bilingual specialist central office positions are going to be reallocated to campus positions that will support emerging bilingual students? And then if so, which are there? Is Booker and Lewis, those are the specific campuses? Okay, got it.
Yes,
wanted to make
those are
sure.
the two elementary campuses with the largest EB population. Mhm.
All right.
And,
thank
and
you.
the principals really, you know, came, and their assistant superintendents advocating, you know, our numbers are getting larger and we actually need additional staffing that our own model is not taking care of. So close central office positions and move those over to the campuses.
So what I'd like to propose to the body, especially for the sake of time, and I know several of the board members have said they need more time, can we take a little more time with this data, before we move forward into making decisions. But then I don't want to push, administration to next month. So I would like to propose that we schedule, to give you guys another week or so with the data, but schedule a special called budget meeting. That'll give people more time, but it won't make us wait a whole month before we come back to administration with what our decisions are. Is there any objection to doing that?
So we got this before we went on break. I see they did add the funding source column, and can an ROI column be added in a week? When I look at this, so the purpose of this sort of matrix is to let you see, sort of, you know, per student value. And so I see, you know, positions that, are relatively cheap, when we calculate the per student value, and others that are relatively expensive. And so that's, I think, the consideration that we need to make. I'm okay with additional time, but I'm also weary of extending and putting additional pressure on the administration to come back with stuff. So,
When I see it said I needed more time, just a few minutes here is all I
Okay.
needed.
Y'all killing me tonight.
And speaking from a data perspective on an ROI for a staff is really challenging because we're working within a system. And so there's lots of factors attributing. Every position that was created because of a need. Sometimes those needs go away. Sometimes the needs change, or other times, as you see in the matrix with the risks, we've also identified what is the plan to address that gap or that need. You know, we have staff that are very effective at what they're doing and the changes. However, with these budget times, we're having to make the tough decisions. And so, you know, with an ROI, from a data point, the impact, because many of these positions serve an entire level, whether that be middle school or high school or even the whole district, you know, that ROI factor is much more difficult to calculate than like a program where you're able to go in to see the usage matrix and those elements. And still there's a lot of factors even there where it's not just one program, but for a staff member individually, I think that's where, Dr. King might speak to more of our appraisal system and how when we identify staff that aren't meeting the goals and expectations, that's a different process than what we're talking about today in these position closures.
So can someone walk me through the staffing review from Tazewell and what we have here? The differences and why we chose that difference.
TASB.
TASB, yeah, I said it wrong.
Just as far as the differences, could we get a little bit more clarity?
Okay, communications, I believe they recommended 6 positions and there are only 3 on this list. So can we go through it and talk about why the study said this and you're recommending something different?
Yeah,
and
so-
the rationale behind that.
And so the study recommended the positions and also a total dollar amount with the positions. And so what administration did was look to achieve the dollar amount that was recommended from the study. So it does, yes, it does differ from the number of positions, but it achieves actually more than the dollar amount that was recommended by TASB.
I would rather, okay, I understand what you're saying, that you focused on the dollar amount, but how do we know how do we know that we're actually impacting the right source, whether the dollar amount is higher or lower? That's why I would like to understand the methodology behind what we're giving here. I don't think we've given the rationale behind it. We got a staffing review that says these are what should be eliminated, but that's not, all of it's not here. So where did we make the change and why?
Yes, and so as our presenters shared with us that night, those were recommendations, but she said we also didn't have to consider our needs and our programs and our priorities, and so that's what administration did, is considering those, and then to see where could, if TASB is recommending, if a position you're saying is critical, then where could you make a reduction, and so that we still achieve the same dollar amount that TASB was recommending based on our needs as a district.
So did we do our needs and priorities or our dollar amount?
The positions were based on, the first where the chief started was by positions, but then it did an analysis to see if this is a position that could then be eliminated or not. And if not, then where else then could we, if we're saying this was critical, then where else could we make the reductions?
So essentially use both.
So I get what you're saying, but if we are only looking at the dollar amount, that's just the dollar amount for this year versus continuing to keep on those additional FTEs and the benefits and the costs and everything associated, beyond this year. Versus, so 6 FTEs versus 3, as an example. If we went with the dollar amount, but we still have those 3, we're still over based on our peer group, and those are additional costs that we're going to continue carrying into the next year and into the next year because of benefits and payroll and such.
Right, but the reoccurring expenses are still payroll, right? And so the $2.19 million, that's no longer reoccurring expenses, no matter how you, right? If TASB was recommending 2.18 and eliminating recurring expenses of 2.18 and we eliminate 2.19, you still either way don't have those reoccurring expenses at that amount, that level. And they also recommended through attrition, which is all through several years. And so that also played a role in our recommendations as well, because we said we'd go for it all now instead of doing it over several years.
So the people who are being reassigned, they have time to find another job within the district, is that correct?
Yes, they have time to find another position within the district. Now, but if you notice, this is a little bit different from our campus-based positions because finding a like job is not always easy, right? And so, for example, if you're a specialist in the communications department, right, that only exists there, and so this provides some opportunities to know that the position is being eliminated and to be able to start looking for other opportunities.
So, okay, so, sorry, Shane, not to pick on communications, but back to the 6 positions. So if we were able to eliminate 3 to achieve the cost savings, and they're using a $55,000 average salary based on our peers, are you saying that we're overpaying people in communications and that we could still have additional cost savings by actually cutting what they recommended we cut?
Those are purely estimates. Her numbers that she shared that night were purely estimates. They weren't based on staffing pay studies. They were just general estimates based on what she believed the positions generally would cost.
So, Ms. Correa, and I think Ms. McDaniel kind of summed it, we used both need and a dollar amount. So when TASB was here, they made the recommendation of 2.18, and her recommendation was to do this over time and through attrition. And I remember sitting with her going, oh my goodness, but we don't have time, and we can't, wait for vacancies to develop. And so as a team, we came to an agreement that we were going to hit the mark. However, we were going to look at needs. And so, you know, just expanding on the example that you gave for communications, their recommendation, well, when they compared us to other districts, we had 6 specialists, right? And so their recommendation was this is more than other districts have. 6 specialists eliminates the entire department aside from the chief, director of communications, assistant superintendent, and the position that's funded through the bond. And so those 6 specialists are critical to the work that we're doing around recruitment, around enrollment, around marketing our district, around, you know, retaining and recruiting teachers. So we all came to the agreement that we could not wipe out the communications department. And so as we looked at hitting the mark and the need of the district, we couldn't eliminate the communications department. We need to continue to market our district. We need to continue to recruit and retain our teachers. The same thing for our students. And so we hit the mark. We're not taking TASB's recommendation to do it through attrition over a year, over years. We made the decision that we would do it immediately. However, we also made the decision that we were going through each department and looking at the need. And at this time, the work that we're doing around marketing our district is too crucial for us to eliminate all the creative talent that we have.
So you're saying that the recommendation from the staffing study would completely eliminate a department? That's not a good recommendation.
Right, because they were just recommending looking at roles to roles. And so for us, all of our creative talent are labeled specialists. So you have your graphic designers, you have your media technologists, you have all those people that are all labeled as specialists. And so it was really hard for them to find like positions in other districts. So they just totaled it up and said, you have 6 positions labeled specialists, that's the ones that we are eliminating.
So it's almost like a generic review.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't necessarily specific to our district.
They were doing role.
Sorry, it was a role-based review, based on who's doing this specific role in each campus, and so because they couldn't benchmark every position in every district, so it was role-based.
Is there a way to?
So why couldn't we have provided them with a crosswalk? I'm stuck. We've been asking for this for a while, and so we've spent money to get this review from them. But now we're being told they couldn't match positions to positions. Why couldn't we have provided them with some sort of a crosswalk so that it could have been a more complete apples to apples assessment? We've got positions that are missing. Now we've got positions that aren't the same. So, I mean,
They don't
Did
have
we
that
waste
data
our
for
money?
they don't have that data for the other districts. What they did provide us was an apples to apples comparison to where we could, and looked and provided recommendations based on those apple to apple comparisons where they could find them, where we had variances in our staffing and where we could reduce. And then that is the recommendation they gave us, and then that's when we began the work to take the 2-pronged approach.
Because Dr. King, isn't it, didn't we have to rely on their participation in the TASB study? And so districts opt not to participate. And so what we've done and what Dr. King shared, I put in the board updates, is we just scoured their websites and what was available on paper. But not every, like one of our neighboring districts, they don't participate. And so we don't have that information from them except from what we can get on public websites.
Yeah, we know some districts don't participate, but we should still be able to identify where our role, we call it this, the districts that did participate call it that, where we could have better aligned.
And so in the communications department, they did that. But I know in the position that you asked us for at Thursday's meeting, was around assistant superintendents. And so that's what Dr. King provided, where our neighboring districts may not have as many assistant superintendents, but the example was that they did have deputies, associates, assistant superintendents, you know, where we don't have a deputy or associate or a chief of staff. And so we were able to take those and match them up to the best of our ability, but not everyone has those roles. So when we compared our assistant superintendents to other districts, we were still under. But we had one title, and district by district chose different titles.
Kelly, did you have a comment? Oh, okay. Okay. About the communications department, I feel bad about losing 3 of them because I think they're important for safety. All the messages we get when there's a problem at a school. There are incidences that where communication needs to happen with school personnel and the students involved, that there's all kinds of delicate things that they do. On top of that, we're not allowed to advertise like charter schools are, so it's so important to have that constant news about our district and the programs we have and the good things that are going on. And plus the people in our district need to be recognized for the wonderful things they do. So I just feel like this is an essential function.
So I just want to reiterate, as difficult as we had the conversations when we were looking at school-based positions, it's the same thing with our central office positions. Every position that you see listed here is critical to the success. And, I believe, just talking about communications, after we did our work with Matter Lab, I think you see just in a year, the work that we've done around marketing our district, showcasing our schools, promoting the great work that's happening. And so any position that you see here, it's hard. It's just as hard. But again, we wanted to, as the administration, be able to hit the mark of what TASB was recommending. But again, it's not easy. Any one of these positions touches our district and touches our student, their work, and what they do. So it's
Are
very
any of these positions and things a surprise to administration? What was recommended to us? Were the recommendations from the study a surprise to us?
Well, the recommendations were the recommendations. Well, they hadn't seen the study, and so until it was presented at our work session publicly, and so then the chiefs then shared with their staffs like this is how we're going to accomplish getting meeting the amount, and so just like. And so, yes, it'd be the first time you might hear that your position is being recommended for eliminated, but that's why we wanted to give them the heads up to let them know before a final decision was made so that they knew, hey, this is being considered and this is being talked about.
And I think I know you're fairly new in the role, but I would think that as a leadership team, we would know where our opportunities are, where we are overstaffed, or where we need to make those changes. So I just have a little bit of concern because we're making recommendations based on what they recommended, when I think we pretty much kind of know where we had our opportunities to make changes, is what I would think. Trustee Hodges?
I do have a question. You all may have answered this, I might have missed it, but I'm looking at the CTE positions, and I remembered we had talked about this before. I thought their funding came out of another grant or some other, it wasn't a part of the general fund. Was it the Perkins? Is that it? I guess is that it? Where
The
the funding
CTE
comes from?
has two funding sources. There's
Mhm.
local and federal. And so, like, for example, on item line 3, there's two positions with the same title. One is funded through general funds, and the other is through the Carl Perkins, which, to your point, is a federal fund. So they actually have both funding sources for CTE, local and federal. And the majority of the positions are locally funded.
Okay, so how will releasing the one person that's funded through the Perkins federal, how is that going to help our budget?
By allowing costs that are currently being funded through general fund, but there's no funds available anymore, to move to the Carl Perkins funds.
So Perkins allows us to use monies for programming, not just for salaries. It has a
Yes, correct. And so an example of that is I'll take OneChU. OneChU is a CTE academy. And so with their programs, they have very specific needs, like their dental program. There's certain things that they need. So over the last few years, we have been finding funding to make sure that we could refresh things that want you to keep their programs going the way that they should. And so by freeing up funds in Carl Perkins, now we would be able to do some of those equipment refreshes through the Carl Perkins funds, and it's all CTE related. So it helps those costs that we've been funding locally move to that federal funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? The only concern I have is around the communications and their recommendation for 6 that's being proposed at 3. I think, it's the last page. And I understand the importance of communications. I think Matter Lab gave us some really great recommendations. Now we have the 5 things that are happening in the district that we're doing on an ongoing basis. I don't know how much we're doing to promote our programs and everything that we're doing to combat the competition around our charter schools, because we've got 2 more coming. Seems like we get one in the mail every week. But I just really think that that's an area that's not impacting kids, and we've got tough decisions to make. So, other than that, that's my only.
I'd like to go on the record to say it does impact kids, in my opinion.
Not their academic learning, like an interventionist.
Absolutely, it does. When I see the communications people out there covering a GT STEM competition, it impacts those kids. When I am around and I see them helping with promoting some of the wonderful things we do at CT academies like OneChU, it promotes their academics. So I really disagree with
Madam President, from a communication standpoint, I do know that there are a lot of moving parts as it relates to that. And as someone who's worked for national nonprofit organizations that have worked with a staff of 3 as it relates to communications, I know there are ways that you can work to still get your messaging out. What I recommend is that we, if we could review those staff position descriptions, if that hasn't been done already, to see how we can maybe merge some of the responsibilities, because when you talk about social media, you have a person that does the press releases, you have a photographer. I mean, I think there are ways, especially with today's technology, as it relates to communications, there are ways to get a lot of things done with smaller staff. That's just from my professional opinion. However, again, the recommendation is the recommendation.
But Trustee Hodges, you have people who are reporters who actually go out on the scene and are recording what is happening with our teachers and our students and what's going on. You can't sit back in an office and do social media. It's a different situation, I think, in a school district if you were really supporting the teachers and students.
Yeah, I understand, and I don't want to. I don't want to go back and forth. I was given my professional experience, opinion in working in communications and marketing and running a communications company. I understand that there are ways that you can do a whole lot with a little. And so my recommendation is that we look at those position descriptions, and if there is a way that we can trim the fat a little bit more, then that is my recommendation.
So are we able to move forward with this and make that a recommendation for the future?
I think, move forward with this.
Because this has 3 and you're saying you want to see more.
I'm saying we paid for a staffing study that told us X, Y, Z, and now we're being proposed something different. And I need to understand why. That's why I wanted to walk through it. I used the communications as an example. I didn't mean to go down that road. Everyone has their opinion around it, but I just need a clear understanding in the difference between what was recommended and why we're proposing. So you all looked at both dollars and the need, and how do we assess that?
And Madam President, again, this goes back to a concern. I believe I brought this up in the January meeting. Again, we have data, in this case, data that we paid for it to be analyzed, and it's really not usable. And so again, that's a concern for me as well. And to me, I still don't feel like your question was answered as to why the TASB was not presented with the job descriptions and job titles that we have prior to doing the study.
And
I mean, it makes, I don't understand it.
crosswalk,
Yeah.
That's not the type of review TASB does. And so as
Then we
explained in their
probably should not have
methodology.
used, then we probably shouldn't have used TASB.
But-
But again, for me, as a board member, and I've heard time and time again, we're waiting on the data to come before we can make a decision. We're waiting to review what this report says. Well, we now have this report, and we're not using, and now we're hearing that the data is not usable, and that's my concern, and that's another area of concern for me, that we've wasted dollars to get data that is not usable. And we just had this conversation. I know if it wasn't January, it was in December's board meeting. So that's my concern, and
I would also just say that the data is usable because, like I said, the recommendation was over time. What administration said to do is we would do this all now. And so that means you have to make choices. You have to make decisions and you have to prioritize. And that's what my colleagues did here. And so TASB's recommendation was not to do this all at once. But knowing our sense of urgency, we did come up with a recommendation to try to, one, hit the dollar amount all at once based on our priorities and our needs. And so that, yes, it's not exactly what they recommended because they said over a period of 3 to 5 years.
So I can go back and, for myself, I'll go back and look at what they recommended and what we have here and ask my questions around where I need additional information.
I just want to express a concern that we are maybe perhaps wandering a little bit into the weeds. This data is useful to the administration in terms of how they make recommendations. But I think we have to allow them to put their best professional foot forward in making a recommendation, and then we can accept the recommendation or reject it. But when we start getting into individual personnel decisions, we're out of our lane.
So why are we going through this process then? I guess we should just, Madam President, I call for a vote. I mean, I totally disagree with that. Because we were asked our opinion, and it's our job as elected officials, we're elected by the community to make a decision, and we have to be able to ask these questions, just like, because we have to make these tough decisions. So we gotta be able to ask these questions, and if you presented me with data that says 5 people or 6 people should be cut, but now your recommendation is 3, then in order for me to make an informed decision, I'd like to be able to see those position descriptions, especially when it's something that's directly related to something that I can add some value to, which is communication, marketing and communications. So I totally disagree with that. But again, it's 11 o'clock, so I feel like I'd like to make a motion that we move along with this agenda so that we can get out of here, because I work out at 4 o'clock in the morning.
There was no request for a motion to be made tonight on this. So,
I'd like to point out that there's 25 recommendations here, and when an expert gives me a recommendation, that doesn't mean my brain is gone. I get to evaluate their recommendations in my needs and my reality. And so we are apparently accepting 24 and a half of the recommendations. So I think we got our money's worth.
okay. Thank you, everybody. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovations and Student Success, Dr. Matt Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. This item can be found on page 92 of your packets. This is a MOU a gift agreement. Did we need to go back to a prior item?
I'm sorry, Dr. Parasol, the way the agenda is written is that we were asking that the board approve the recommendation as presented by the administration for the 2.1 million, and that's the way we presented the agenda item. Just wanted to make sure that we saw that. If we go to, I'm sorry, I was on page 23, and that's our central office staffing. I know Ms. Westbrooks was going through all of them, and I know that TASB recommended the reduction of 2.1, 2,180,000, and the administration is recommending the 2,195,644 for the savings. So it was listed as a board, as the administration requesting that the board approve this recommendation.
So we're approving another piece of the budget before we approve a final budget? I'm not okay with that. What are we doing here?
I think it's that part of that slide that Ms. Westbrooks, if you'll put that slide back up. And what we're trying to do, again, is to be able to have approval so that we can communicate with our staff as early as possible, right?
These pieces along the way
Well, and that's why we're trying to condense it all together and give the board an overview of where we are at now. All right, what we did last year was the 9 million, or, yeah, 9.2 was done last year. Then we were proposing that 10 million, and we reduced that a little bit. The TASB proposal is at 2.1. The ABL is a little bit higher, and so the total proposed reductions is still at about 23 million. Just to give the board a bird's eye view of where we're at, and for the board to approve these recommendations so that we are able to, talk to our employees. In this case, it's not necessarily the school staffing, but it is more about central office staffing and giving our staff notice and making the necessary plans for us for next year. For central office, we're also reducing the department's budget by 10%. And so all of these decisions we need to know early on so that we can plan for next year. And we're trying to give you a total amount of where we're at. And so,
I've been through 4 superintendents in 18 years and budget reviews and decisions, and I've never voted piecemeal or down the road around what we're gonna do. If we want to pass the if we wanna make the decision sooner rather than later to provide administration with direction so that they can do what they need to do, then bring me the final budget right now and let me approve it. Don't keep piecemealing me down the road, because I may change my mind on what I voted on before when I get the next set of data. I'm not comfortable to keep piecemealing this. If we want to do it sooner, let's do it sooner. But let's not piecemeal it.
It's very similar to how you'll hear districts in March announce what their new teacher starting salary is going to be. They haven't actually approved their budget, but they've approved the new teacher starting salary. That's a component of the budget. And so those things are happening throughout the budget process so that those decisions can be made and you can get moving. And they're doing that so they can start hiring. So what we're doing now is we're in unprecedented times. We did do a budget cut, and I lived through the 2011-12 budget cuts as well. And through that process, we were making decisions. We may not have brought resolutions, but we were making decisions so that communications could be had with employees along the way. We had binders, and we knew which positions were in those binders, and we were making those decisions along the way. So in order for us to bring you numbers so that you can ultimately pass a budget in June, we do need to know that we're all going along the same course throughout this process. Similar to how when we were doing the recruitment incentives, we asked the board to approve for us to do those recruitment incentives so that we could start advertising, and our HR team was going out and hiring. They could say, this is the recruitment incentive that we're hiring. It's along the same vein of that.
Maybe because this is my second time having to do this budget cutting, I'm not as uncomfortable as you all are with doing this. This was always going to be painful. This was always going to hurt. And I think we have to make tough decisions. And, whether we make tough decisions in little bits or we do it, as you said, Justine, all at one time and just do it earlier, the numbers are the numbers. And our budget reality is that we didn't get enough money from the state to cover our expenses. And so we have to do difficult things and people will get hurt. And our duty is to make those decisions. And so
So what's going to be the next decision?
I mean, I'm waiting to get the information from the administration. We asked them to trim the budget, and we asked that the central administration take a deeper hit, and they did that. They brought that back to us just like we asked for. Now we got to do what we're supposed to do.
And we also asked for data. We asked for them to trim the budget in lots of areas, and we were told to wait on that TASB study. Now that we have that study, those recommendations have not been applied. So I guess for me, that's where I struggle.
I think that's a valid concern
Yeah.
too, Kelly P. But there was never gonna be perfect data. Part of the challenge that TASB had, so TASB is a player in collecting this data. They're actually kind of the largest player, but they don't have 100% coverage. And so, they can give us what they can give us.
Right.
There's diversity in the way districts are organized and the way they administer their programs, and TASB does as good a job as can be done at collecting that data, aggregating it, and presenting it to us. Then it's up to us, with our areas of expertise, like you said, to sift that data and reconcile it and then make a tough decision. And so I think, like, everybody around this table has the talent and the knowledge and experience to look at this data and have legitimate reservations about, like, what it's telling us and what we need to do. But then ultimately we got to do what we have to do.
And I agree with that. And so another one of my reservations is, I know that we've talked about this, and I think last month we presented our recommendations as a board, and I haven't heard anyone talk about any type of salary reductions or salary cuts. I know one of my recommendations was that we consider cutting salaries in central office by 2%, 2 to 5% across the board. And in light of the information or the data that we received that showed how top-heavy we were, and I believe my colleague took off a couple of days to review and do some research, and in fact found that we are a little top-heavy. And so when will we be presented with that information?
So I know at the, I haven't seen the data that Ms. Correa has done. So I know Ms. Durant said we were gonna get that data, and we'll definitely.
This morning.
Okay, we'll definitely be able to look at that. We are, at this point, not looking at salary reductions for central office staff. We did look at the other recommendations that were made around cell phone allowance and around car allowance. So those recommendations are part of what you see that was previously done here. So at this point, for central office, we've taken a total of $6.9 million, 30% of the total reduction. And so we believe that we've done our due diligence. It's not something, just like we talked about ABL and just like we talked about every other position, it's not a one and done. We've got to continue to move forward. It's not 1 year and this is all that we need to do. We also want to be able to stay competitive, and I know with our TASB salary study that you saw earlier, I think it was in December that Dr. King shared that with you. All of our salaries were within market value. I think we had one position that was above market value, but other than that, based on that salary study, with the information that we have, all of our salaries are competitive or aligned with other districts. And so that was something that the board asked us to do. We looked at the salary study and realized that we were aligned.
So you looked at that data, and the decision that was made from that data is that that the salaries are comparable, so there was no need to make any reductions. However, we've looked at other data and made the determination to make reductions in areas that directly impact the education of our children. Okay.
Yes, I believe that every single position that you see here in central office, that every single one of these positions that we are recommending to unfortunately reduce or eliminate directly impact student achievement. Anyone in this, profession is going to impact student achievement, and it is extremely difficult, whether you're working in central office or whether you are at a campus. You are directly doing work that touches students, or you're that direct provider of services. And so once again, we looked at the TASB salary study and we were comparable and aligned, and then we took this recommendation And their recommendation was to do a 2.18.
This is actually higher.
And over time, and we believe that we needed to do it now because of the sense of urgency, and we are recommending a little bit higher. But we also looked at the needs, right? And at the state that we are in, working with our enrollment, our declining enrollment, our efforts to recruit the best teachers. In this case, the discussion that we had around communications, we believe that we can have savings elsewhere and still hit the mark, but not negatively impact the work that we finally are getting a lift in. Because, you know, the board has asked us for a marketing plan. I think it's been year after year after year, and we finally have the traction going with the marketing of our schools, of our students, of our teachers, and of the district.
Okay. And so, again, just for clarification, there will be no cuts in salaries in central office.
At this point, that's not what is being recommended right here, but we will definitely go back and look at that. Ms. Hodges, if you are making that recommendation, I think that the board can have that discussion.
I made the recommendation.
So I think we're a
in
little
January.
remiss. We did get recommendations from the body, and I don't think any data was brought back around those recommendations. So if we can maybe go back and do that,
We
I
can
would
bring
appreciate
that
it.
salary study back, Dr. King.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. We don't need to do that. The decision has already been made, and I don't want. It's already after 11, and we're here. And like Dr. Jensen has said several times, we keep saying the same stuff over and over again. I don't want to do that. If the decision has been made, the decision has been made, and we'll move forward with what they recommend. We'll, as a body, make a decision. We don't have to rehash that.
Ms. Hodges, just for clarification, I want to make sure that I have it clear in my head. When the recommendation was made and the administration provided the salary study in December at that budget workshop, and then we came back in January, there was no additional discussion around the salary study. And so we did not push forward in any of the salary cuts that were discussed. So I want to make sure we can bring that back, and the board, you know, can definitely look at that report once again and make your recommendation, and we'll certainly bring back the numbers.
So we may need to look at the meeting minutes, but I do believe that it was the February. I do believe that it was the February meeting where we, as a body, brought our recommendations. And I know myself, that was my first recommendation. Is that the folder?
This is it. This is a copy of what all the board recommended.
Yeah, each board member had recommendations, and that was my first recommendation, along with the cell phone stipends and some of the other things that we had.
Definitely, Ms. Hodges, and we did discuss that, and there was no movement from the board, but if I hear you saying, because we did have that discussion, the board had the report and we walked through it.
Dr. Hinojosa, the recommendation that came forward from the Board of Trustees was based on the comparison of Spring ISD to the state level salaries. And we walked through the number of positions that our neighboring districts had included in their count.
Ms. Westbrook, that was the one that I brought forward this year. She's
Yes.
referring to her recommendations, not the one that I had.
I thought they were one and the same, that that the 2% was based on how
No.
far off Spring was compared to the state.
No.
No, actually, Ms. Westbrook, my 2% came when I looked at all of the data that you all provided as it relates. Remember the salary information, and that's when I just crunched the numbers and said, okay, if we can reduce, salaries by about anywhere from 2 to 5% across the board, that would really help with our deficit. So that's where that recommendation came from.
Okay, so we'll get that for.
So we will bring those numbers back with a 2%, what were your numbers, Ms. Hodges?
I think it was 2 to 5%, but I would just settle.
And we'll do we'll do the conservative, just like we did earlier, a conservative with the 2%. a moderate, and an aggressive at 5%. And we'll bring that to you at the next meeting. If we have a budget work session, we'll bring that to you.
And I would, I don't want to, if my colleagues are not interested in that data and it's just my recommendation, then I don't want you all to spend that time presenting that, because I know that you all spend hours in planning and preparation for these meetings. I don't want that. I mean, we have enough going on in the district. So if that's not a concern or a recommendation from my colleagues, if you all are not interested in getting that data, just speak up now. I don't want them to do work and present it, and we sit here and I'm the only one that has that recommendation. I don't want that to happen.
I would like to see the data just to know whether it gets us anywhere. But I also am conscious of the fact that we are in a competitive labor market, and just cutting people's salary and telling them you can peace out if you don't like it. Like I don't really want to do that.
If we're gonna do that for Trustee Hodges, let's do it for everyone. Trustee Adams, one of yours was to bring payroll to 80% of the overall budget as opposed to our current 87%.
Right.
I would like to see that as well. So there were recommendations on here. Dr. Jensen had some recommendations of things to look at, and we did not explore it further. So you still have this.
So I guess that is kind of you make a good point. We did that. We did not get that back. I know when we were asked to come up with these recommendations, we were just sort of spitballing stuff, like kitchen table type thinking about it.
Can I ask administration to look at this and bring data where we have an opportunity to bring it? There's some things on here that may not be something cost effective. I don't want you to spend time on that. Okay. All right, one of Dr. Jensen's is could we reduce the amount of paper used and go to some more, less paperless alternatives, so. Having said that, as one vote and one member, what's being presented tonight, outside of the communications piece, I'm fine with it. What I'm struggling with is voting and approving it. Now, if we want to give the district a nod to move forward, like we typically have done, let's do that. But I don't want to vote on this, and then we get more information later, just like what just happened with the risk counselors. Once we got the staffing study, I thought we would go back and review the positions we originally talked about. So each time, we need to look at it holistically as we're making decisions along the way. But once you vote, you've locked in yourself into that, and then we may get data later where we maybe perhaps would have done it differently. So that's the thing that I'm saying is this: I've never voted on stuff along the way. Any other concerns with this? Let's raise them now. I'll raise one, and let the administration know we have some concerns in that area, and they can move forward with planning for this until we get the next piece. But I'm not comfortable continuing to vote along the way. That's my concern.
And Madam President, I do have concerns about the CTE positions, especially in light of what we just talked about and what we saw at the beginning of the meeting, and how we want to work to make sure that those, I believe it was Trustee Adams that talked about making sure those kids are aware of the opportunities that they have and moving forward. And we've had a very successful CTE program with what we currently have. So I would like to possibly, I'd like to hear from this CTE department to see if what their position is on these recommendations. Do we have anyone here that can possibly speak to that? Because I have some concerns.
Our Director of CTE, Ms. Cynthia Williams, is here.
Because I do know that, a lot of our kids may not be college ready when they graduate. And so if we reduce in those areas, that might, limit the opportunities that they have.
While that person is coming up, we just had a parade of really promising artists walk through here, and I see a performing and visual arts coordinator position going away. And so this is why I raised the issue that, like, potentially we're sort of getting in the weeds, right? Because we could all look at stuff on here and be like, I wouldn't do that. I agree with you. Like, CTE, that's a problem, but I don't think that's our lane. That's just my opinion.
And I hear you, but I think it becomes it's part of our lane when we have to, like you said, make the hard decisions. And I want to be able to make an informed decision.
This isn't getting into the day-to-day.
I hear that.
When we're out of our lane is when we're getting into the day-to-day. What we're doing here tonight is governance and oversight. Is what we should be doing.
Thank you. And I know this is probably a little unorthodox, but I'm looking here, and as a CTE, what's your title? I'm sorry.
CTE Director.
Okay, so it says that we're looking to, the recommendation is that we cut 3 counselor positions and 1 program specialist position and 2 developmental specialist positions. Can you just maybe give us an overview of what you see in your expert experience of what that would look like and how that will impact our kids and the department?
Of course, any reductions will affect the department because we built the CTE department and have grown the different pathways so that we are trying to achieve completers and doing our industry-based certifications. One of the recommendations was to move the counselors to the campuses, which is still the same money. So I'm not quite sure how that affects the budget, but that would be taking them from under my supervision, putting them on the campus for the principal supervision, and to work, I think, with 9th graders was what was said.
Yeah, we discussed that it'd still be a dotted line, right? That it would still be that dotted line where Ms. Williams and the team would still provide them insights. But one of the things that the board has expressed is like the caseload on our counselors. Currently, our CT counselors don't carry a caseload of students. And so one of the conversations me and Ms. Williams had was if one of the problems we've seen with CTE completion is that they don't get started in 9th grade in the right pathways or the right courses. And that we've also seen an overload of students in principal classes. Well, moving CTE counselors to that 9th grade level, they would make sure that students are on the right path, that they're locked in 9th grade into those pathways to help make sure that we're getting to those completion status and move those numbers up.
Partly, and then part of the thing that I see happening too is that our CTE counselors, though they don't have a caseload, they do service the middle schools and the elementary schools, and by putting them on the high school campus, I'm not sure how those elementary and middle schools will be serviced.
And I'm sorry, can you explain to me what that means when you say they don't have a caseload?
They don't do student schedules. They work with all of the CTE students on the campus, not just if a counselor has a caseload of 250 students, that's what that counselor would do. But a CT counselor at this time doesn't have 250 students. They have all of the CTE students on that campus, but they don't do the scheduling for them. They work with them on interest inventories, career experiences. They recruit for the programs at the high schools. They do career days at the elementary schools. They do career experiences at the middle schools. So their job is not just, even though they're housed at a high school campus, they service 3 middle schools and about 8 to 10 elementary schools.
Oh, okay.
So we would lose that with the change.
I'm not sure how it would be handled, but those counselors would be given a different job description.
Thank
That's
you.
part of what we had put into the risks, that it potentially could be reduced opportunities at those levels. However, we currently have in our model individuals at high schools that do push down to the middle and high school to provide those supports. A good example is the academic completion specialists that do that. We also have with our schools of choice. So we have positions that are going and supporting. And then I know also we have a strong central office team of program specialists who can also help fulfill that need. And so all of the cuts, I think that's the challenge, right, is that all of the cuts are going to cause responsibilities to shift. And that's whether it's be the campus level or at the central office level. Because no one's sitting in their office. We are a district that is pushing out into our schools. And so any cut at central office directly impacts our schools.
And I just want to back up what Dr. Parasol just said.
No, this is not directly.
We have 25 positions here. We can call up every director or coordinator and we can talk about the impact to the campuses. I mean, to the department or to the effectiveness of what we're currently doing. But our charge is right. We do less with more. I mean, all of these hurt. None of these 25 are easy. And so, but this is administration's best recommendation looking at our needs and our priorities. But of course, by doing these, everyone will have to do more with less.
And so again, I'm charged with making a decision, and I want it to be an informed decision. So my role as a board member, I asked her to come up or ask, for someone to provide me with an insight so that I can make an informed decision as to, as it relates to this. So thank you. Ms. Williams, did you have anything else to add?
We talked about the counselors. We didn't talk about the development specialists. Those are like similar to instructional specialists for core teachers, and they work directly with the CTE teachers. And the concern with that would be who will provide those services for our DOI teachers coming straight out of industry, because they work with instructional strategies, classroom management. They provide accommodations, modification, trainings for SPED students, our EB students, because CT teachers teach all students, GT students, everyone. So, that would be something that we have to look into, how we will support our CT teachers, because most of them come straight from industry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. So we've had a lot of conversation and dialogue. What's your pleasure? First of all, are you all comfortable moving forward with the motion tonight?
Madam President, I'm comfortable with going forward with the motion tonight.
Okay, that's one. Can I get
I think
one?
we go and we vote it up or down. That's our job, so.
Ms. Newhouse, can you?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation as presented by the administration to reduce the central office staffing budget by $2,195. I'm sorry, thank you. $2,195,664 for the 2024-2025 budget year.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendations as presented by administration to reduce the central office budget by $2,195,664 for the 24-25 budget year. Is there any more discussion?
Did we decide if we were going to come back to this, or we're just going to look at this and move on for
That's what
tonight?
you all are doing.
we are going to look at the trustee administration is going to bring back information from the trustee recommendations.
Yeah, but to answer your question is, no, that's not coming back, what you're looking at tonight.
That's why I was asking.
It's late. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Our next item, I'd like to I was way on the wrong page before when I went to Matt, wasn't I? For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ann Westbrooks.
This evening, we're asking the board to consider a VATRE election. And so first off, just to make sure that everyone understands what a VATRE is, it stands for Voter Approved Tax Rate Election. And it impacts the maintenance and operations portion of the tax rate, which is the portion that funds the general fund budget. It's required, school districts are required to adopt, if a school district wants to adopt a tax rate that is above the voter approved tax rate, it requires an election. And so the voter approved tax rate election would allow the district to go above the maximum compressed tax rate that is set in the Texas legislature in the statute. The VATRE would provide the district with the opportunity to generate both additional local and state revenue. And so to ask the question of why would the district need a VATRE, it's all the things that we've talked about over the last couple of months. A lack of state funding, the impact that inflation has had on the district's expenditure budget, and then an opportunity to return to financial stability. It helps with the budget deficit by generating recurring revenue, as well as provides an opportunity to, once again, be able to provide employee raises and, as stated before, to return to financial stability. There's an audit that's required if the board moves forward with allowing administration to move forward with conducting a VATRE. The efficiency audit would be conducted by a CPA firm. And the scope of the audit is a peer district review. It looks at accountability ratings, the district's first rating, which is the financial accountability rating, various student characteristics to make sure the peer group is similar to the demographics of Spring ISD. It looks at things such as attendance, enrollment, revenues, expenditures, and et cetera. There's well over 20 indicators that can be included in the efficiency audit. The funding that we're looking at, the funding that's available to school districts, are those additional pennies. And so we hear golden pennies and copper pennies. Golden pennies yield more revenue on the state aid side. It's a part of the tier 2 calculation of state aid. Copper pennies also yield additional state aid, but not quite as much as golden. Thus, gold has more value than copper. And so right now, Spring ISD, we have the legally available tax rate that is set by the local governing board, which is the maximum compressed tax rate plus those 5 additional golden pennies. There's 3 golden pennies that are available, and that would take us up by 3 cents. So I'm looking at that second line, which is the 2 golden pennies that says 6 to 8. So there's 3 additional golden pennies available. With the funds that are available from the golden pennies through the state aid and through the local tax collection, there's a capability to generate over $10 million in revenue by accessing those 3 available golden pennies. The timeline to work towards the election day, which we know is a uniform election day, which is also a presidential election year. We would start in July. The deadline to select the auditor to do the efficiency audit would be July 5th. The update to the truth in taxation that will go in the newspaper would be August 9th. The last day for the board, if you so choose to call the election, would be on August the 19th. The efficiency audit is required to be submitted within 3 months after selecting the auditor. The latest that could happen would be October 4th. Once the audit result is provided to the school district, that following Sunday, it has to go on the district's website. In this case, the latest would be October 6th. And then at the regularly scheduled October board meeting, the audit results would have to be discussed in an open meeting. And then, of course, the election day is November 5th. The next steps, if the board allows administration to move forward with looking at going for a VATRE, then we would move forward with selecting an audit firm that would do the efficiency audit, begin modeling potential compensation scenarios that would be possible if the additional funding were available, and then, of course, develop a communication plan. So the purpose this evening of bringing this forward is it's a revenue generating opportunity. Most districts have already taken full advantage of the VATRE. Several of them in our Houston area were approved on this past November election. It is recurring revenue, which is hard to come by these days. Recurring revenue that we could depend on both the local level and the state level. So the question is whether or not the board is interested, the board as a whole is interested in allowing administration to move forward with developing a VATRE plan for the November 5th board election.
What are the potential downsides?
The vote goes to the community. If the community votes yes, then the revenue would be available. If they vote no, we wouldn't have the revenue, and we continue with the budget deficit that we have.
No, I meant the downsides to, because the VATR would be a tax increase, correct? And so, how much of a tax increase could we be considering?
3 cents. That's the golden
that
pennies.
is the 3 cents.
That's
Okay.
the request. There's additional copper pennies that are available, but to maximize the most valuable portion of what's available would just be the 3 golden pennies. And so that's the recommendation that's coming forward from the administration, is to only go after the 3 golden pennies.
So, again, this is my first time seeing this, just as the bond was my first time seeing that process. So I'm a little bit curious. It seems to me that before we went out for the bond, we did some sort of polling. I don't recall whether it was a third-party pollster that sort of checked the pulse of the community to see what kind of appetite they had for the bond and the tax increase that would occur because of the bond. And we don't need to do that for this?
The bond is slightly different because we're looking at, these are the things that the district says is needed in the bond. And so does the community agree that these are the things that the district needed? So what we were doing was trying to get a pulse from the community of, these are some things we're considering. Does this match what the community sees as a need, and would you support this given the tax rate? With the TRE, it's a lot more straightforward. Here's the situation we're in with the lack of state funding, what's happening with inflation. It's more of just informing them of the circumstances and modeling what the funds would be used for, and then modeling what the tax impact would be for a taxpayer. So it's a bit more straightforward than the bond election.
But it seems to me that, and again, so allowing for the differences between the two types of elections, it seems to me that the result we got back from that third-party consultant suggested to us that we had a high probability, or a reasonable probability, I won't say high, a reasonable probability of being successful in the bond election. I'm missing that piece here. It seems to me like we sort of jump in the water and sink or swim with the election instead of having some sort of idea whether the community has an appetite for this.
So would you like to propose that there's a survey done?
I'm just wondering about the strategy here or the reasoning for not doing that, or I mean, is there a good reason to not do that here? And I haven't heard that yet.
The only reasoning is the difference in the two types of elections, in that we're not teasing a package per se, which is what we were doing before. We were looking at different combinations of how we could put a package out to determine whether or not that aligned with the community's perceived needs for the district. So that's the only difference I can articulate is $850 million. We were looking at various different projects and determining whether or not the community would support it. With the VATRE, it's 3 pennies. We say what we would propose to do with those 3 pennies, and really you're explaining more about the district's financial circumstances, and then you take it to a vote. So I think it could work either way.
I agree with Trustee Adams. I'd really like to get a sense of what our community is feeling, because to me, to go and ask for an increase to their taxes a couple of years after we went out with a bond that says we aren't going to increase your taxes while they're looking at new facilities going up, is going to be hard to do and to even justify. So before we even step into that muddy water, I would like to have a sense on if we even have a chance with it passing.
So an analog for what we did with the bond would be like what you said, right? We are right now experiencing funding deficits and underfunded by the state. Here's an opportunity to get these 3 golden pennies and push us up to where we need in terms of funding, and put that out before the public and see what their appetite is for it. And so, like, my questions was around structurally why you just would not automatically do that, because that made sense to me when we did it for the bond. So.
I think, and I guess in trying to explain the difference, and with the bond, remember, we were doing more than just a survey. We targeted zip codes, we targeted age brackets, demographics, male, female, getting the appetite for creating the package. In this case, it's really straightforward in us educating, and I think we've started that campaign already in last year through the legislative session, to let the community know what's happening in Austin and the dire need that we're in. I think right now the community is seeing the budget deficit that we have and the reductions that we are being forced to have. It's really educate them, and this efficiency study, I think it's critical. Once the board receives that efficiency study, then you have the opportunity to say yay or nay. But ultimately, it's really the community voting it up or voting it down. It's not really for us to get an appetite on what they're interested in doing. It's just educating them in the situation that we're in. And I think with what we were proposing at that 3 golden pennies, what would we generate?
Over 10 million.
Which is
in recurring revenue.
In reoccurring funding, which is where we're at right now. If you remember that slide with how much we've done, we're short about 11, 12 million. And that's really what we're asking the board, for the ability to start that efficiency audit. And then you have the opportunity, when we get the results of the efficiency audit, to move forward or not. And that happens in August, Ms. Westbrooks?
Can you put the slide back up?
Who are you looking for? I'm sorry.
And we spent about $25,000 on that survey that we did. And so we could go to the same company and see whether or not they've done similar surveys for this type of election. And that would provide us with some additional information. But it was a costly.
I mean, yes,
endeavor.
as you said, several districts here, in this region, did VATRs
Yes.
and got them through.
Yes.
And so if this is the protocol they followed, I suppose that makes sense. Again, this is brand new to me, and so I'm wondering, like, I'm thinking through why there's that difference. But if what you're proposing is the best practice on how to get this done, then okay, I guess. But that's counterintuitive to me.
And I think, for us, we're looking at all options, right? Facing this deficit. What is at our disposal and what can we control, right? We really cannot control and or wait to see what Austin is going to do. We know that this next legislative session doesn't look good. And so this is something that's available to us that we can work towards and ultimately, put it to the community. And it would, for me, it's an option that we're not looking at that's out there. And, we won't know if we don't go for it, right? We won't know if this additional funding is available to us if we don't go for it. If we don't talk to the community, if we don't educate them and then put it to vote. And if they say yes, I know one of the pieces, I think it's the next slide, that we're looking at, and as you all know, we have no funds, and last year we did no salary increases for our teachers, and I know that the competition for, keeping high-quality teachers in our district is getting even more difficult. Right now, we have no additional money. This would bring additional funds into the district that we could actually model out some potential compensation scenarios that would address salary increases. We didn't do it last year. We only did retention stipends. This year, we don't even have retention stipends. So we're going to have to work really hard to find ways to keep our employees with the district. And so this is an opportunity that's out there that we can take, and it's open, and the community can decide.
Any other questions?
Are we calling for,
I have a question. Does the election cost money? Because I know it costs us to have trustees get elected.
Yes, we would pay the uniform election cost, and I think that varies from year to year, how much it costs for the election itself.
It does. Do you really want an estimate number?
Around 85?
It's around $200,000.
Ooh, it's gone up.
It's gone up a lot. But that's gonna be that's the case if we have
We've
a
got
trustee
two board
who
members
is,
that are gonna be on the ballot.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if they get opponents. Who's up? Natasha and Carmen. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting. Miss McDaniels and Trustee Correa. Okay, any more discussion? Ms. Westbrook, your next item?
I'd like to make sure that I understand what our next steps are.
Okay.
So am I hearing that we want to approach the survey company to see the cost and if that's the type of survey that they do? And then as far as the election cost goes, they do the survey for bonds. We would have to go and see if they do that type of survey for VATREs. The districts that I consulted with, that wasn't a part of the steps that were taken, so I'd have to go and see what that looks like.
So, I'm in favor of doing whatever the best practice is. I was just surprised that wasn't a best practice, but I'm not the one that should be trying to invent how we do this. If there's a way that it's done, then we should do it that way.
And with the election cost, if they're opposed candidates, we would pay that cost anyway. We would have to pay it.
So is that the $200,000? What did you just, what's costing $200,000?
The election.
That's generally,
Have somebody
that's
on the
roughly
ballot?
the district share of the election costs
Place
to the
someone on
county.
ballot.
Okay.
So the county charges any entity that partners with the county to do an election, and which we're required to do, and so that would be roughly our share of the cost.
Okay, and then what's the approximate cost of a survey? You said you didn't.
When we did the bond survey, it cost us around $25,000 to do the bond survey. So we would approach the same company because they've done election surveys and see if they've done a voter approved tax rate election type survey and what that model looks like, and then we would know what that cost would be.
So that's a $225,000, looking at a $10 million reoccurring revenue stream.
Correct.
Oh, I mean, it's worth, you know.
And if trustee Correa and trustee McDaniel have an opponent, then you will have that cost anyway.
We have saved that money the last few cycles, absolutely. Okay?
Can we make
Ms.
that
Westbrook,
decision
do you
after
feel
the
clear?
survey?
Beg your pardon?
Can we make that decision after the survey?
You have until August to actually call the election.
So,
So
can we
survey
get the survey
is taken
results
in it.
back before?
First step is to find out who does the type of survey. And so we'll get that information. And then once we know how that works, then we can move forward with the survey. But the board doesn't actually have to call the election until August 19th. That's the last day to
So
call.
to answer your question, Ms. Newhouse, yes, we could potentially get the results back prior to having to take any action.
Because Ms. Westbrooks, we do need to engage in the efficiency audit in an RFP.
Yes, the last day to get the auditor selected is July 5th.
So that's really our deadline.
Can we
can bring it
dismiss
back
any,
in
it's
April.
midnight, do you have any staff you'd like to dismiss? Okay. I know a couple of them are on the agenda, so they're stuck. Okay, all right.
Okay. Well, we can bring this back in April with the information regarding the survey.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks.
Yes. I believe the next several items are,
Are your independent auditor engagement letter?
yes, and so that's on page 34. And it's our engagement letter with Whitley Penn, the CPA firm that handles the external audit for the school district. This is our final role with the current auditors before we have to go out for a request for qualifications. This would be for a fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. It's our normal external audit process. The costs are on page 39, $92,400 for the annual audit. It's about, I want to say it was about a 4% increase over last year.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion, which I guess I should have done first.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve engagement with Whitley Penn for the district's annual audit.
I second it.
Been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Jensen, that the Board of Trustees approve the engagement with Whitney Penn for the district's annual audit. Any discussion?
Is there any value in changing our auditor, or is this just one of those standard functions that we just do every year?
Good question. When I've attended conference sessions on this, They were cautioning against using the same auditor year after year after year, and it turns out that Whitley Penn assigns different people to us because it's a large enough company. So we don't have the same auditor every year.
Any other discussion or questions? I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Ms. Westbrook, you can continue.
Thank you. The next item is on page 45, and it is a low attendance waiver. So the district was closed along with all the other school districts in Region 4 due to the weather on January 16th, which was that day after MLK Day. And so the district was closed on the 16th. We reopened on the 17th, but several of our students chose to stay home on the 17th as well. And so we have the opportunity whenever attendance is at the district level or at each individual campus is at least 10% below the overall average attendance, then we have the ability to apply for this waiver. And what the waiver does is it excludes that day from the average daily attendance calculation for our school funding. And so what we're seeking is this waiver, and you'll see the 25 campuses that are listed starting on page 48 that shows their average attendance, or excuse me, the attendance on January 17th compared to the average attendance in the previous year. And those that were more than 10% is the schools that were requesting the waiver. Very standard practice. We've done this with several days after bad weather days. Any
I'll
day
entertain
that we have low attendance. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the low attendance waiver for Wednesday, January 17, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the low attendance waiver for Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. Mr. Adams, you have some questions?
Has you ever hear of TEA refusing to grant this waiver? Okay, that was it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is there a maximum number of waivers we can request in 1 year? A great question for Dr. Guillory. Since you waited all this time, come on up.
So no, there is no maximum waiver for low attendance days because we did not close school. Had we closed school, we would have had to make up. Thank you so much, Jason. Had we closed school, we would have had to make up the number of minutes for that instructional day. So that is where we would get into a concern. But because all the schools were open and because we have so many of our schools that had low attendance, it's a high probability they will give us the whole district for all of our schools. So we don't have to eat that negative attendance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any
Go
other
to
questions?
sleep, Dr. Guillory.
Don't go too far. Huh? Oh, I thought you were calling her back for something. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Giller.
You were asking if we wanted to dismiss any of our team, and I was like,
Yes,
can
would you
to
like to
sleep
go?
now.
You can go home now.
I will.
Okay. Our
All
next
right.
item is on, oh, I'm sorry.
All those, we gotta vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Good night, Dr. Guillory. Ms. Westbrook, you can continue.
Our next item is on page 51, and it's a request for proposal for fire alarms, inspections, parts, and services. And so we are recommending the 4 vendors that are listed on page 52. And you can show that there's a primary and a secondary for the parts and the services. And then, of course, only one vendor that's able to do the inspections, because, of course, we wouldn't want the same vendor doing the inspection and the services and the parts. So the recommendation is on page 52.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees award contracts for fire alarm inspections, parts, and services to the providers recommended by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee McDaniel and seconded by trustee Correa that the board award contracts for the fire alarm inspections, parts, and services to the providers recommended by administration. Is there any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Any abstentions? That's 6 in favor, 1 abstention. The motion carries. You can continue.
Thank you. The next three items we have are CMARs, which we've seen quite a bit over the last few months as we've been gearing up for the work on our bond projects. The CM at Risk, which is what CMAR stands for, CM at Risk provides pre-construction services during the design phase, including the estimating, scheduling, feasibility, and constructability reviews, and systems and materials recommendations. The CMAR also serves as the general contractor during the construction phase, and Spring ISD only pays the actual cost of construction up to that guaranteed maximum price. So when we say GMP, that's that guaranteed maximum price. So there are 3 RFPs related to primarily safety and security, and they're all bond funded. So I would like to ask if there are any questions on any of the 3 as opposed to walking through each one. They're all CMARs and they're all, for the most part, safety related. There's one that's HVAC.
Wasn't there something recent about the gunshot detection systems or I thought there was something that I'd seen news of issues with detection systems creating false alarms, false reports.
I'm not familiar with the
No.
report on false detections. We will be reviewing, we've already been reviewing the different manufacturers for gunshot detection. We have gunshot detections at a couple of our high school campuses now. This will install gunshot detection at all of our campuses, and we're reviewing the systems to determine which manufacturer is the best. So we're going to do a field test for those systems, and they can be tweaked in terms of the decibel levels that they're looking for. And some of them do tiers, so they're not just looking for decibels; they're also looking for flash and other things. So we're definitely doing our due diligence. The CM at Risk and the architect will help us in that process as well.
I've seen those same reports. I have a colleague in Chicago where gunshot detection is pretty controversial right now. So just maybe a good idea to look into that.
So are there any other questions on the camera, vape, and gunshot detection systems, our building automation control, and the district-wide exterior safety improvement projects, including the perimeter security fencing and exterior doors? Okay, hearing any questions, I'll entertain the first motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent of schools or designate to negotiate, execute, and amend contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide safety systems update project, including camera system, vape detection, and gunshot detection, as recommended by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Newhouse that the board authorize the superintendent of schools or a designee to negotiate, execute, and amend contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide safety system updated projects, including camera system, vape detection, and gunshot detection, as recommended by administration. Any additional questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Abstentions? 6-4, 1 abstention, the motion carries. There another motion?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent of schools or a designee to negotiate, execute, and amend contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide building automation controls update project as recommended by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Correa and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent of schools or a designee to negotiate, execute, and amend the contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide building automation controls update project as recommended by the administration. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Abstentions? 6-4, 1 abstention. The motion carries. I'll entertain the next motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent of schools or designee to negotiate, execute, and amend contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide exterior safety improvements project, including perimeter security, fencing, and exterior doors as recommended by the administration.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Jensen and seconded by trustee Newhouse that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent of schools or designee to negotiate, execute, and amend contract documents with the construction manager at risk firm for the district-wide exterior safety improvement project, including parameter security, fencing, and exterior doors as recommended by administration. Any questions?
Am I reading the totals right, that this is $92 million? And I looked at the award value for each of the contracts.
Are you totaling them all up? Is that what you mean?
It just says award value, the estimated construction cost is 22 million for this one, it was 22 million for another, and it was
Yeah,
48
yes,
for the
you
other.
are. Yes.
So you are correct. So it's 90+ million. Okay, any other questions? I'm lost. Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Couldn't remember if we had a motion. Opposed? Abstention. That's 6-4 and 1 abstention. That's done for you, isn't it? Your next one?
Yes, ma'am. So the next item is on page 74, and it's the request for proposal for K-12 and dual credit textbooks, e-learning materials, and related training. And we had 27 vendors respond, and the administration is recommending that we award all 27 vendors to be qualified to provide those services and products as needed. And the list of recommended vendors is on page 76.
I would entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve awarding contracts for K-12 dual credit textbooks, e-learning materials, and related training to the providers recommended by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee McDaniel and seconded by trustee Carrera that the Board of Trustees approve awarding contracts for K-12 dual credit textbooks, e-learning materials, and related training to the providers recommended by administration. Is there any discussion? Questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Abstentions? That's 6-4 and 1 abstention. You can continue, Ms. Westbrooks.
Thank you. The next two items are our monthly recurring reports. Beginning on page 79 is the list of the cooperative purchases that exceeded $50,000.
I'll entertain a motion. Y'all need a minute? Taxpayer refund?
Well, that was the cooperative purchases. There's no action on that one, believe. That's a review. It's typically just on the work session and it doesn't show up on the actual board meeting agenda. So this is the Thursday night review of that one. There's no action.
Because we moved it all to tonight.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
right. Because we were running late. Okay, thank you, Ms. Westbrook.
If there are no questions, then the last item under financial services is the taxpayer refunds. And that list begins on page 82. I will note that there is a fairly large refund that's on page 82. And that's the north area of the district that we've had quite a few large refunds. And it's due to low occupancy. And when they're doing the income analysis, the property value is being lowered and we're having to return some pretty sizable amounts of taxes.
What's Springwood 4A?
It's a realty that some of
Realty.
those, yes. And so you can see it if you're in that area. Some of them are low occupancy in the office buildings in those areas. And when they do the income analysis, the value's being brought down.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees ratify the taxpayer refunds exceeding $500.
I seconded.
It's moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Jensen that the Board of Trustees ratify the taxpayer refunds exceeding $500. I guess now discussions, and this is when I should have asked my question. Trustee Correa.
I can't remember. The exemption, did the homestead exemption pass? Wasn't
The
there?
$100,000?
The $100,000,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. It
And
passed.
is that creating any sort of a ripple effect for us?
The biggest concern that we're having right now is the way that the ceilings that are related to the new homestead exemption and whether or not the school district is truly being 100% held harmless with that increase in the homestead exemption. As far as collections go and that sort of thing, what we dealt with at the beginning when bills went out was this can't be right. We got a lot of those calls because homeowners had no bill. And so we did a lot of education about the homestead exemption, that sort of thing. So it's not causing us an issue there. It's more so whether or not we're being held harmless with those tax ceilings and this new calculation based on this new law.
Any more questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Ms. Westbrook, can I ask if anyone would be objecting to moving up the Houston Endowment grant on the agenda to currently? Any objections? So, trustee, I'm gonna turn it over to Chief of Communications, Shane Strubart.
Yeah, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Greenhouse, administration, audience. Yes, the Houston Endowment has awarded the Family and Community Engagement Department $555,000 to increase civic engagement in our community with both our students and our community. I would like to call up and congratulate, let's give her a big round of applause for applying for the grant and getting this $500,000. Our Executive Director, Ms. Trinita Caro. It's going to have a huge impact on our community. I think we have one of the lowest voting rates in all of the Houston area, and so obviously is very much needed. And we are seeking the board's approval to accept this grant.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, and my apologies, I didn't recognize this earlier. Get you out of here sooner.
Thank you. We're very excited for all the work that we're going to do, and this actually kind of was thought of when we had the community engagement committee under Trustee Hodges. You had mentioned that you really wanted to focus on voter engagement, and so Dr. Hinojosa and I had this wonderful opportunity to apply for a grant, and so the work that we've thought about and talked about for so long, we're finally going to be able to truly get it off the ground and make sure we are engaging and empowering and educating our students and our families so that we can increase voter participation in the next election. So this is a great opportunity for our community.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the grant awarded by the Houston Endowment, Inc. to the Spring ISD Family and Community Engagement Department.
It's been moved by trustee McDaniel and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees accept the grant awarded by the Houston Endowment Incorporated to the Spring ISD Family and Community Engagement Department. Any discussion or comments? Congratulations, and you've put a lot of work into the district, and we appreciate that and your time staying here past midnight.
It is my honor. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to call for the vote now. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. You could go home. Miss Carol. I just looked up who else is in here. I can get out. All right. Now I'll move on to our next item, which is between Deloitte and, that's back to Ms. Westbrook. Who's doing that one?
Dr. Pearsall.
Oh, Dr. Parasol, I'm sorry. I saw Deloitte and I just thought, Ann.
Thank you, President Durant. And you were exactly right. That's a name that probably we all recognize. It's one of the top 4 financial consulting groups, accounting groups in the world. And so we, as we saw, we talked a lot about budget cuts, but our teams, all administration, is out trying to secure grants and find funds. One of the areas of need that we've been looking at is how do we push more STEM into our schools. And this is a gift. We worked in partnership to share our needs, and they are working to partner with us to donate one Smart Rover robotics kit to each of our elementary and middle schools, so a total of 36 kits, as well as included training for our library and media specialists on how to utilize those in our maker spaces and give kids the opportunity. This is a gift valued at approximately $20,000. We already went back and said we'd love to have 2 kits for every school, so they're actually working on that now. And so this allows us to accept that gift.
Fantastic. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, go ahead.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the gift agreement between Deloitte LLP and Spring Independent School District for the donation of 36 Smart Rover robotics kits.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the gift agreement between Deloitte LLP and Spring Independent School District for the donation of 36 Smart Rover robotics kits. That could be a tongue twister. Is there any discussion?
Is it a large robot or is it smaller?
Yeah, they're kind of like makerspace robot kit, so it provides that opportunity for kids to start to put together. There's different circuit boards, so they're learning and using software too for the programming piece, and so that's giving them some of that introduction to that engineering, that STEM piece. And as you know, we also had the Exxon grant this year, where we now have FIRST robotics teams at Clark, Clawton, and Dekaney. That's also something we'll look at continuing to expand. So this gives all of our schools access to more robotics opportunities.
Is it like a reusable kind of?
It is, yes. And they can be designed in different ways. So it's really engaging students in that mindset of how might I improve or build this specific robot, and what are the options. So.
Fantastic. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Great work, Mr. Parasol. I will not, turn the page. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Academics and School Leadership, Dr. Craig Quare.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board, superintendent. I promise this will be 30 seconds or less. This is an annual agreement that we bring forward to the board in asking the board to accept and approve the facility use agreement between North Harris Lone Star College and our SECA, our early college. Basically, this allows us for the cost of $1 to be able to utilize their facilities for the extracurricular activities that they'll engage with on the campus.
Amazing. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the clinical placement site agreement with Lone Star College School of Nursing.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Correa and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the Board of Trustees approve the clinical placement site agreement with Lone Star College School of Nursing. Any questions or discussion?
Quick question, does this lead to like an associate's degree in nursing?
So, yes, so since they're both Lone Star College, these are two different agreements that we're asking for. So, Dr. Jensen, you're asking for the one specifically that's under Dr. Paraso's shop. The one that I was addressing President Durant was the one in my shop regarding the facility use for the other additional spaces at the Lone Star College. So, you're asking about, I think, the first one, which would be under Dr. Paraso to answer.
Yes, so
I
we
guess-
did skip, I know we're in a hurry, so we
Can
kind
I
of.
skip you? So first I went to you too early, then I skipped you. Okay.
And that one's on page 97 for the one, the second one for innovation, and that is, they're very similar. This one's a clinical placement with Lone Star has launched a nursing program, and this is going to allow the opportunity for those nursing students to come in and shadow and work alongside our nurses, gain their hours, and we'll be able to also use that as part of our Grow Our Own program.
So we won't get the CCMR credit?
Let's hold those questions for the motion, if you don't mind. No, I jumped ahead. So right now we're talking about the clinical placement at the Lone Star College School of Nursing motion.
And these are not our spring ISD students. Some of them will end up being. So right now we do have our medical service and our pathways that lead to that. Through this partnership, these are college students who are attending the Lone Star Nursing program, who are then going to come in and earn hours. So we very well may have partnerships where through this partnership have students matriculate up through Lone Star's nursing program and then come back to spring.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Now will now recognize Dr. Craig Quayle for the next one.
Thank you so much, President Durant, esteemed members of the board and superintendents.
Dr. Quare, I move that the Board of Trustees approve your recommendation approving the facility use agreement between Lone Star College and Spring Early College.
Is there a second? It's moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the board approve the facility use agreement between Lone Star College and Spring Early College. Any questions, additional questions? Dr. Jensen, you got your questions answered already? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Our final item is a consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion. Do we have a consent agenda tonight?
It's the minutes.
The minutes.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt all of the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt all the items listed on tonight's consent agenda. Any questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. All the votes we did, we moved from Thursday, so normally all that stuff would have been on consent. So At this time, seeing that there are no additional items on tonight's agenda, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, I move we adjourn.
Second?
We don't have a closed session tonight.
We didn't do our committee.
Oh, my good Lord.
Do y'all really have to do?
We have one more item on tonight's agenda. Trustee Adams.
We move in second, we need to vote it down and then proceed procedurally? Oh, we can
Can we
rescind?
just rescind your motion?
Okay.
Rescind it.
I rescind my motion. Well, did I make the motion? I did. I rescind my motion. We're all tired.
We are all tired, and I really want to apologize tonight to my colleagues for missing a very important part of the agenda. The first committee is the audit committee, and we don't have an update at this time.
Don't have any report.
Okay, who wants to go next? You want to go next, Equity?
I can go, that's fine. Governance was next, but, we had our last meeting, we talked about 3 main topics, which were the first high leverage recommendation to improve equity from the equity study, which is around SEL. So Dr. Parasol brought us, SEL goals that are embedded into our Spring ISD strategic plan under well-being. That was one of the notes from the equity study, that we did not have a way to track our SEL implementation. So we are doing that. Our annual school climate surveys are priority goal measures. We've got Quaver and 7 Mindsets. One of the questions was, are there assessment tools? And there are student surveys that we utilize for data to measure effectiveness of the curriculum. We also looked at administration. The administration is also tracking SEL curriculum login time. What's your quote, Dr. Parasol? Causation, I'm gonna say it wrong.
Correlation does not equal causation.
Okay, thanks. Yes, that. And so, however, we did notice that in higher login time for SEL curriculum showed lower incidences of discipline infractions. So that was interesting.
Working.
So that was helpful data. I'm sorry, I'm kind of stumbling around. So that was first. If the board would like the presentation, Dr. Parasol, it was like a mini presentation. We're happy to share that. We can.
Can you please place that in the board update?
Perfect. Beautiful. The second piece was professional development. The second high leverage recommendation from the equity study was around, we talked about the at-risk counselors, of course, but another piece of it was SELPD. And so Dr. Lewis gave us a presentation on one of their recommendations was to ensure that we have key quality indicators, and we're hearing from teachers to determine effectiveness. And so staff survey results on the quality of PD indicated over 90% effective and very effective for the professional learning series. There was recently the professional learning fair. 82% of survey educators said it was very effective, and the team monitors that staff feedback to determine which PD they may need to sunset so that they're responsive. One example was there is a responsive learning professional development that had lower participation, and so that may be one they may consider. So just showing that they are being responsive in terms of PD. In the equity study, they noted that we staff members wanted more differentiated professional development, and so that is happening, and the team is being responsive to that. We did talk about next steps being SEL PD, so making sure SEL is incorporated, because that was also a recommendation. And lastly, and we can you said it's already in the board update, so check out that PD report as well, because it was very insightful. Dr. King shared with us about our hiring plan on our work plan, our equity committee work plan. we want to make sure that we have diverse staff and hiring practices. And so he talked about how we are seeking even more opportunities for Grow Your Own. There are strategies around sufficient staffing for bilingual teachers and ensuring that we're being inclusive with our recruitment. So starting to attend different conferences like TABC, Texas Association of Black School Educators, and things of that nature to make sure that our staff is, maintains diversity like our student population. So that was the overall, and we started our book study. So that was exciting. We have an online portal, and so it's going to be, not portal, more like a hub, where we'll do different reflection activities as we dive into the book street data. So that concludes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So there's a book study?
Yes,
For the
we talked
kids?
about that last month.
Yeah.
With the equity committee, it's around, equity. It's a very long title, but it's called Street Data, yes.
I'd like to read it too.
Okay. Feel free to join. I'll send you the link to the hub.
Thank you.
We all got the book last year, Jeremy?
Yeah, we'll have to
Dr.
check.
Watson?
Make sure you turn on your mics though, as y'all are talking.
No, I think Dr. Watson had bought the book for us before he
He
left.
didn't remember the long titles. You all can just
It's
remember.
just called Street Data.
Street Data.
Yeah.
I've
It
got
just has a
about-
long subtitle.
Okay.
If anybody needs a book, let us know and we'll make sure we get you one.
All right.
And I just have one addition to the Equity Committee. We have looked at the equity policy in Spring ISD and would like to hand this over to the Governance Committee, Trustee Hodges. That we would like the Governance Committee to examine the equity policy in Spring ISD and see if it can be strengthened.
Okay, they'll take a look at that. Do you want me to go
let's
to the
follow
data
up on that.
committee and give you a minute? Are you ready?
Oh, I thought you wanted me to do that.
Is there an update from our governance committee?
Madam President, I'm not prepared to give a report at this time.
Thank you. Our next item is the Board Data Analysis Committee update, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Jensen.
We had our first meeting at, in the theater at Dekaney High School after the Black History Awards ceremony. And so we stood and huddled and came up with that we were going to go out and start suggesting data sets that we would like to examine. Reminder, we are not collecting the data. We are examining published data and checking it for reliability, validity, and appropriateness. At this point, we are going to be looking at the TAPA report for Spring ISD. Also, we're going to be looking at historical data of how things have changed in Spring ISD in the last 10 years. And another one is to look at data sets that find high impact factors that are correlated to student success in our school system. Otherwise, what are the factors that make Spring ISD a great place to learn and grow? Another one is that we are going to be adapting GIS systems, geographical information systems, to compare the actual geographic location of our students and see if there's any relationships with their neighborhoods and their student achievement. So that's just an exploratory thing we're going to be doing. And our next meeting is next Monday.
So Dr. Jensen, you're saying that we're going to look geographically at where students are located and how they are scoring. Okay.
And
That would probably be some
an important
interesting
thing for
data.
all of us is to go in this with an open mind and to see if there are relationships that emerge. It's exploratory.
I like that. You said that you were going to look at historical data for the previous 10 years in relation to demographics or?
That's me. And I wanted to see, because they've changed the tests, they've changed all kinds of things about how they evaluate student achievement. And so we're going to look at, see if we can see some trends in what Spring ISD is doing and how the students are doing, is what we're looking for. because that, there's something we can perhaps recommend to the whole board
So,
on that.
thank you. So these are the things that are being recommended from the committee. Is there a consensus for them to move forward? Any questions?
So the longitudinal study, that doesn't go back as far as tax, right? 10 years is
That was my suggestion, and I'm going to be I've already decided how I'm going to analyze this. If you want me to discuss it with you one-on-one, I'd be happy to do it, or I'd be happy to do a presentation to the board at length when it's not almost 1 a.m.
Yeah, just the student governance, update.
You'll be next.
Okay.
Okay. So, are we good with the data committee to move forward okay, thank you, Dr. Jensen. Our next item is an update on our student governance pilot.
Yes, so our last meeting was very exciting. We got into the superintendent student advisory committee, got into their policy work. So they were Natalia Gomez Rambeck from Raise Your Hand, Texas, helped to facilitate the discussion. She kind of gave them like a policy 101. They went online to actually learn where our policies are located, understanding the process of how policies are created, and then they looked at FO Local, which is the Student Code of Conduct, because obviously that's one of the easiest or clearest connections that they see. So that was why we wanted to ease them in that way. They had some very insightful discussions. They spoke in, worked in small groups, and we transcribed, well, Dr. Hinojosa and team transcribed what they had. They, just a couple highlights, promoting students actually learning the code. They said that they receive the code, but students don't really know, they don't really know it. They talked about how they hear about it at the beginning of the year, but they want to see it reiterated throughout the course of the year. Simplified language, because it was very high level, and they talked about, making sure that their parents and everyone can understand. So they had some really great insights. And so, of course, this is a pilot. The idea is students have a concern, they identify a policy that connects to it. Dr. Hinojosa and team take all of their feedback and then follow the same loop that normally it goes through, which is teachers and parents, of course, the departments, coming around to the governance committee, and then coming full circle back to the board, so that students are part of the governance process. And I would love to find ways in the future for how the rest of the board can engage with the students, because it's a really exciting and insightful experience. So.
Is it possible to do a pre and post assessment? Maybe something about what they thought it was going to be at the beginning, and then it's a pilot. So how are we going to measure it, right? So can we think about that? Did they, when they got on the committee, they thought they were going to be doing X, Y, Z? Then what did they learn?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You don't think so? So we can measure it in some sort of way and move it eventually from a pilot to a best practice if we see good outcomes. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've already done the consent agenda. There's no closed session, so I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, I move that we adjourn our meeting for tonight at 12:44 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Correa to adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Tonight's meeting adjourns at 12:45 a.m.